Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Hope everybody is doing well. Let me say what's up to everybody. You have a typo, pretenders to the throne. Do I? Let me see. I've been known to do that. I've definitely been known to do that. Oh, that's funny. To the throne. I should say I meant to do that. That would be slick if I meant to do that. I said throne. Like I'm throw your ass out of here. Yeah. Thank you. That is definitely a typo right there. Yeah. How do I do this? Change that. I said to the throne. So let me throw you out of here. Okay. There you go. Let's see if that shifted. No, it did not shift. So let me see. Let me also do it over here. Give me a second. Let me see if I can change. It changed over on YouTube. Okay. So it says it changed anyway. Let's go with that this way. Yeah, there you go. And then I said thone. Man, I'm tripping. Now I said pretenders to the throne. Man, slipping today. Y'all, just give me a second. There you go. Because that's exactly what I want to talk about today. Pretenders to the throne. Throne to throne. Where we at? Where we at? Where we at? We right here. To the throne. Let's put an R on that mug. Let's put an R in there. All right, got it. What's going on? Merch is dumb in the building. What's going on? Yeah, I got you, brother. Thank you so much. Host 305. Thank you. HMC3, what's going on, man? Yeah, I did. I thought it was a robbery, but whatever. It happens. You go to a fight in the UK, you got 2-minute rounds. All those UK girls keep fighting in their own backyard, and the American women have to go fight in their backyard. But I don't want to hear any of this about corruption in the United States. Because I thought Michaela Meyer definitely won that fight. But it's all right. Katie Taylor gets they're cooking that stuff over there. Edwin Volitan in the building. What's going on, sir? Gilbert Jimenez, Tony Brown. DJOC in the place to be. Follow the Parlor V Sweeten at www.mixcloud.com/POEW. Parlor V Sweeten. Make sure you guys go subscribe. Follow. Whatever you do over there on Mixcloud. What's going on? Ernie V in the building. What's going on? B Bird 101. Windy City Assassin Sam. Barbara D, the beautiful Barbara D. Black Fonz. What's up, man? Have I not seen you in a minute, Black Fonz? If I haven't, what's up? What's going on, Kyle Porter? Hunter Young, always good to see you, sir. I'm there, that big spacious office of yours. Daniel Gallimore, man, salute and thank you for your support that you give to the channel, man. Thank you. Dwayne Elam, Brock Howard in the building. What's going on? LaMarcus Robinson, Cal Coolit. What's up, sir? Thank you to all. Thank you for that channel membership, LaMarcus Robinson, Al, and Cal Coolit, and Barbara D. Sheena, what's going on? Let me say what's so deep in the building. What's up? What's up? I was thinking about you this morning, man. Pause. But you know what it was. I had a good friend pass. I had not a good friend. I had a friend from law school that passed away over the last couple of days. I think she might have passed away yesterday. Man, the older we get, more people go. Oh, Mad, what's up? Cal Cooler got me doing Reeves. Hold on one second, Cal Cooler. Let me check that out. Let me check out what Cal Cooler hollering at me about. Erickson Lubin, who's he fighting? Jermell or Tim Tszyu? What? He said, wait, what? This news to me. I was waiting on a date. Erickson Lubin is withdrawn from negotiations from Tim Tszyu in March. As a result, Tim Tszyu will turn our attention to Terence Crawford and Virgil Ortiz, but both interested in traveling to Australia. This nigga say, what? What cap? Wait, what? I'm telling you, they out here selling that stuff. He said, I'm waiting on a date. Told you. Told ya. Told ya. Man, PBC ain't trying to make no Terence Crawford fight, man, with him. Trying to tell you. Look, man. Bid wants no business. Bid wants no parts of Tim. I'm not going to say that he doesn't want any parts with Tim. All I'm saying, that Tim doesn't want any part. Oh, Bud doesn't want. No, I think Bud probably does. It's an opportunity to get him a belt, and it's an easier fight than Jaron Ennis. No, he doesn't. What? There was no offer, Nati Dread. What do you mean? He needs to accept an offer that it wasn't made? Have you guys heard of some offer being made from Saudi Arabia? He said, if you want to make me an offer, send me 2 Ferraris. I need 2 fully paid off Ferraris to even talk to you, man. To even talk to you. What's the problem? Yeah, they got all the money in the world. Ain't that what you said? They can't afford a couple 500,000. They can't afford another, 1.5 million on a car. I mean, how much is the top of line Ferrari cost, man? I mean, what? A Ferrari Spider SF90 Ferrari, that's only 800,000. That's not a lot of money. That's only 800,000. I mean, what is that to the Saudi? What is that to the Saudi prince? What, 1.2? What's the difference? That's what you guys say. What do you mean he's not a prince? That's what they said. He said he's a prince, isn't he? Bill said he'd buy. To consider it, send it over. Yes, I know. I did a video on that. I did the video on that Berto one. Send it over. Yeah, Tank's a clown. Tank is the best fighter in that division. Tank is the number 2 pound for pound fighter in the world, man. Send the cars. Bill want to make the fight to be considered? Send the cars. Don't talk about it, be about it. What's the problem? I don't know what you're talking about, Shoot You Bang. I'm going to probably throw you guys out this morning, though. I'm not. I mean, I'm probably going to throw you out if you don't click the link. Here's the link. I'm going to put the link here, and I'm going to put the link up prominently today because you guys are out there on top. Oh, first of all, I would like to bring up somebody out there on Twitter who I'm telling you right now, dog, wants zero smoke, but be talking like they do. Oh my God, I don't do what you do. I only speak facts. Shoot you on what team? Oh, okay. I'm talking about Devin and Bill. Oh, okay. I don't know. Let me see. I'm sorry. You know, I'm quick at the trigger, man. Say, oh, still they know it. They still notice they still talking about having sent an offer, but acting like they did. Look, man, here's my thing. That offer, dog, Devin, Gervonta, I like that Gervonta Davis said that. What do you mean? Gervonta Davis got the dopest Ferrari that I think I've ever seen. He's got one of the dopest Ferraris I've seen. God, dog, that car. And I don't even I'm going to tell you, I'm not a car guy. But God, dog, that Ferrari that Gervonta Davis has, that black on black is nasty, bro. That black on black is nasty. I can't even lie, dog. That black on black is nasty. Like, I can't lie, bro. That black on black is nasty. And I'm not even a big car guy. I'm not even a car guy. I think he's driving a spaceship for no good reason. But at the same time, that car is nasty. I'll buy the car. See, that's why you can't take him serious, man. You can't take Bill Haney serious. He's not meant to be taken serious, bro. That's a comedy show over there. You can't take that serious. I mean, I'm out of the realm of taking him seriously. I mean, I don't take any of that stuff seriously. There are some people you can take when they speak you take them seriously. Even when they're telling stories, I still take them seriously. Bob Arum, I take him seriously. He's a serious guy. Bill's playing a lot of games. Why would he? And then why are you? I didn't even listen to. He said that he would buy the Ferraris. Oh, I'll buy you the Ferraris. Why are you talking? Why are you responding to that? Why are these fans going crazy talking about a boring fight? We all know this fight is going to play out. Devin is just like he fought his last fight. Tank will have to walk him down to finish him if he can. Look, man, people talk about it. It's not a It's not. I mean, what Bill got to do with it? Dude, they steady doing that, man. Why y'all steady doing that? Let me see something. Man, I'm getting notifications. Ooh-wee. What is this? Much love in that Cash App. Thank you, Mr. Davis, supporting the channel. I appreciate you, bro. Bill owns. Should have asked for the McLaren. Honestly, man, they all, man, just give me the cash. No need to send the cars, just send the cash. What you need the car for? Bill owns Tank. That's why. I mean, look, man. Here, I want to get on a couple things, man. I want to get on some blatant Floyd Mayweather Jr. hatred out there that was talked about yesterday. I also want to talk about. I'm sorry. Let me put this link in the chat. I also want Ray Davis, who really had a battery in his back yesterday. Ray, man. Ray was on it yesterday. Ray thought he had it. Yesterday. Give me 1 second. What am I looking to do? Oh, okay. Yeah, I know what I'm looking to do. Getting old, man. Getting old. Let me put this link up here, man. Supposed to be monitoring my stocks at 9:30, but again, I got to catch the live. Monitor, man. Open another screen, bro. Open another screen. Open another screen, Mr. Porter. One of my best unblocks of all time. Who was another? Tay Orlando's a great unblock. Frequent Flyer is a great unblock every time I unblock him. I want to give Rollo a wrench. Rollo won't jump up here though. Rollo's dead. Rollo don't mess around no more. Getting old but young in spirit. Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm getting old, man. My mind. Actually, my memory always was slipping. Floyd Mayweather, Julio Cesar Chavez, and Arguello are the best 135 pounds ever. I'm telling you, man, I will definitely take Gervonta over Julio Cesar Chavez. Julio Cesar Chavez I thought he was a 135, though, to tell you the truth. I thought Julio Cesar Chavez was at 135. But that's what I always thought of him as. But like I said, that I've seen. I didn't really see a lot of Julio Cesar Chavez. Yeah, Rollo, man. Rollo, cats be cracking up on Rollo. That's just funny to me. Shakur got more heart than all of them. No, I don't think Shakur's got more heart than everybody. But I will say this. I think that he's got as much skill as much or more skill than anybody. And I do believe he's got as much or more talent than anybody. And I do think that he is getting a more raw deal than anybody right now. I think that the most effective slander campaign that Devin Haney fans have run have been on Gary Russell Jr. and Shakur Stevenson. That's what I think about Devin Haney. That's what I think about Shakur Stevenson. I think the most effective slander campaign has been against Shakur Stevenson. Because there's no reason for all this bullshit that you guys spread about this man. He may be the biggest jackass in the world behind the scenes. I don't know. Because I don't know him. Get a grip, agents. Thank you, brother. But no, man, that guy can fight, bro. And that whole conversation we had, I'm going to tell you, Ray Davis, I think you pulled a Claymore Rain and a frequent flyer on me. Because I've been very, very clear that I do not think Devin Haney ducked Shakur Stevenson. I just don't think he could ever I don't think he can make the weight. I had said that on Twitter, that if he moves up to 135, I don't think that's a duck. But I think you guys tried to frame him but on the way you tried to frame Shakur Stevenson for a duck on your way out the door. That's what I think. And you're framing Gervonta Davis for a duck after you've already left. I don't give any credence to somebody leaving a weight class and claiming that the people in the weight class that he left have to chase him there. I don't buy that. If you didn't belong at the weight class, then you shouldn't have been at the weight class. You leave the weight class, you do what you got to do in the next weight class. That's my take on that. I mean, look, I'm just telling you, I don't believe he ever had any intention on fighting him. Because I had asked Bill Haney about two people. What happened here? Oh, that's it. Okay. I had asked Bill Haney about Jaron Ennis and Shakur Stevenson on my channel, and I got the same feeling. He don't want to fight him. Dog, that's a lot, dog. I mean, we're not above playing. People are this idea that people are not matchmaking. So what if he did it? So what? That I need to really frame something for that, Naughty Dread. When you tell me that somebody did it, you're telling me that Pac-Man moved up in weight and insisted that somebody in a weight class lower move up to fight him? Is that what Pac-Man did? I don't think that he did. I don't think Manny Pacquiao ever chased a B-side up a weight class to fight him. I don't think he ever did that. Ever. You let me know when he did it. I don't think that's true. I don't think Roberto Duran ever chased a B-side out of a weight class to go fight him at a higher weight class because that B-side told him so. I don't believe that. I think you're making that up. I don't believe it. Who did he do that with? Who? Who did he chase up into a weight division? When Manny Pacquiao fought, Manny Pacquiao brought Oscar De La Hoya down in weight to fight him. I do believe Manny Pacquiao was at 146. And he brought Oscar De La Hoya down a weight class to fight him. I'm pretty sure. Roberto Duran moved to 147 to fight Sugar Ray Leonard. Sugar Ray Leonard didn't move up to fight Roberto Duran. Roberto Duran wanted the fight with the guy that was the big money guy, so he moved to 147. What's up, Soda Black? Devin Haney's the only fighter to call out people in lower weight classes. I don't know of anybody that does that. I don't know anybody besides Devin Haney that calls out fighters in lower weight classes. Devin will call out somebody 2 weight classes below him. I don't know of anybody else that does it. It's not, I mean, nobody does it but him. And nobody respects that but Devin Haney fans. I don't know of anybody. Please tell me somebody that called out somebody two weight divisions below him or a weight class below him. If you move up and you want to fight a guy in that weight class, that's fair game because you're in the weight class. Errol Spence didn't call out Mikey Garcia. Mikey Garcia called out Errol and moved up. Chad Dawson called out Andre Ward and moved down. That's where I disagree with Andre Ward. If the only way that Chad Dawson could get an Andre Ward fight is if you call a guy out in a weight class below you that you go to his weight class. Gervonta Davis did it. Gervonta Davis went down in weight to fight Leo Santa Cruz. And actually put his belt on the line. Put his 135-pound belt on the line and weighed in at 129 for a 135-pound fight. And had the 130 and the 135 belts on the line. You guys let me know who you know that is asking people in weight classes below them to move up and fight them. Or they're a duck. You're just making shit up. Look, man, I don't think he really wants to fight him. He's just trying to get his name out there, man. That's why I don't believe that he wanted to fight Gary Russell Jr. for real. I don't think he really wanted to fight him. He had another fight. He was just, what do you call it? Just spitting in the wind, just licking his thumb and sticking it in the wind, see which way the wind was blowing. Oh, will he do it? Let's just talk. Because there was no conversation around Yuriorkis Gamboa. One of the things that we got to appreciate, and I think this is one thing that the Haney camp appreciates. Boxing fans only want to talk about so many things. Hey, Soda Black said Arrow gave these B-sides too much power. I mean, dog, no, man, these guys are not seriously trying to make a fight, man. Okay, they're not serious. They're just leading you by the nose. They're not serious. If they were serious, they'd be quiet. If you were serious, you'd be quiet. If you were dead serious about getting it done, you'd be quiet. Quiet. Loma lost fight and Devin outgrew 135, was looking like a skeleton at 135. That's whose problem is that, bag chaser? So go to 140 and shut the fuck up. Then go to 140 and shut up. No, Tank is looking very good on these streets. In fact, Tank is looking better than anybody in boxing right now out on these streets. You guys are just out here slandering the man on the streets, which just is another example of how good he's looking out on these streets. Who's the biggest name in American boxing? Who's the biggest name in American boxing? Please put the name in the comment section. Who's of American boxers? Who is the biggest name in American boxing? Who is selling more tickets, selling more pay-per-views in American boxing? And this is an objective question. So how's he out here looking bad? How's he out here looking bad? You guys are just making up stuff. You're just painting pictures for people. And that's why I say to these people on Twitter, and I have my live stream up on Twitter, and I'm going to say the person's name on Twitter, so you know exactly who I'm talking about on Twitter. They never show up. See, I can be petty. Sanctioned boss said to me, all I use is facts. If I don't know something, I don't act like I do. I don't get into semantics. I don't backtrack. I'm consistent. That's where we differ. Bullshit. Number one, you're making a bunch of accusations that you do not know are fact. My lack of self-awareness, can't see the bad rep you're building for yourself. Dog, my rep is, I don't have a bad rep. I think I have a very good rep. Similar to the situation that, although significantly less profitable, that Gervonta Davis has. Bozo, you're watching me. I'm not watching you. Tommy Hearns said he's a fan of mine. I just actually got a very positive statement said about me by a guy that many consider to be the greatest fighter ever to put on gloves in his camp just recently. I also get along very well with several world champions who walk up to me and say, hey, man, I love your work. I think my reputation is doing just fine. I don't think you have a reputation at all. No, it's not just the hitman. It's somebody else too. Yeah, man, I'm feeling really good. You don't have to worry about that, sir. I'm not a braggadocious person, Natty Dread, but you can click this link. You can click the link. The most important thing right now is you are. Oh, I'm not proving anything. I am trying to bait this guy, sanctioned boss, into showing your ass up and defending all that shit you talking over there on Twitter. I'm looking for a fight, and I will use nothing but facts. I don't ever backtrack, and I don't act like I know things if I don't know. I will tell you in a heartbeat that I don't know. Matter of fact, it's one of my favorite debate tactics. If you ask me something and I don't know, I will tell you I don't know. If I really don't like you, sometimes you'll ask me something and I'll say I don't know, even if I do, because I don't want to talk about it. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know about answering that question for you. Man, my damn dog. Zeus. Oh, okay. So anyway, we'll see if he shows up. Hey, said, let me check my facts because I am just right now. He said, Fanon, you use that on frequent flyer a lot. Yeah, I'll tell you in a minute. I don't know because I don't want to talk about it. I don't know. You ask me something subjective, I'll be like, I don't know. In a minute, I have no problem telling you I don't know because there's some things I don't know. I don't know. Well, why did Gervonta Davis not send a contract? I don't know. Do you remember Christian, the guy that took that body so heavy he thumped? He thought he thought he's smart. Thought he's a big dude, bro. Thought he was, hey, counselor. Hey, counselor, where you at, counselor? You ain't been around here in a minute, counselor. Remember when he said, why didn't Gervonta Davis commandeer Al Heyman and have Al Heyman call Bill Haney? And I said, I don't know. I don't know that he didn't. Oh, come on. You know he didn't. No, I don't know. I don't know that he didn't do that. Isn't it? Can't we infer? No, I'm not in the business of inferring. I'm not in the business of inferring, but I know that you're stating it as a truth that he didn't call him, and you don't know that, do you? Do you know that he didn't? Well, I just have to. I'll tell you in a second. The counselor, oh, man, he was weak. Oh, seriously, man, he's easy money. They're easy money. They're easy money, bro. They're easy money. I've never lost to one. Never. Hey, Bill is I'm not going to call him a coward, but you did. I don't think he's a coward. I think he's just he's a little bit of a con man. You know what I mean? It's kind of like a used car salesman. Bill is a coward for all of this. Tank should fight Shakur in Saudi, not Dev. If Bill wants Devin to be legacy, asked to fight Bud in Saudi. Bud is looking for a payday, and Devin fights the best. Win-win. Dog, they don't think he should move up and wait to fight them. Fanon, you did the counselor wrong. Counselor got cute with me. The counselor got cute. Don't get cute, and I won't do you wrong. You're not smarter than me. You're not. Well, look, man. No, he didn't offer Tank big bucks to fight Haney. No, he did not. Bag chaser. No, he did not. No, he did not. Bag chaser. GM in the super chat. With a $5 holler, says, I'm tired of Devin looking like a skeleton excuse. He looks like a skeleton making 142, hence the hoodies, the shades, and the ceremonial weigh-in. He does. But here's the thing. If you say this, Gervonta Davis needs to go to 147 to fight Devin Haney because Devin Haney doesn't feel comfortable at the weight. Then guess what? Then I'm going to say that Devin Haney needs to go up and fight Jaron Ennis because Jaron doesn't feel comfortable at the weight. And what do you guys have to say about that? Gervonta's just minding his own business, making his money. Minding his own business. Says very, very little, bro, in actuality. Big game, James. Big game, James. LeVar Ball equals Bill Haney equals hype job. Big game, James. Thank you, brother. Thank you, sir. And I'm sorry about having missed your chats yesterday. Thank you, brother. Give me 1 second here. And then Bill again. Bill is a coward for all of this. Tank should fight Shakur and Saudi, not Devin. Dude, seriously, I think that's the biggest shame of it. You're stealing from Shakur. Dude, this is Shakur's fight. It is Shakur's fight. Just like Errol Spence Jr. was Terence Crawford's fight. Terence Crawford was Errol Spence Jr.'s fight. Errol Spence Jr. was not Gennady Golovkin's fight. Because Gennady Golovkin's not in the weight class. How unfortunate for Opataya that Opataya is not a 168-pounder. I'm sure he would love to fight Canelo, but that's not his fight. So if Opataya was walking around saying, trying to discredit, trying to steal all the shine from Canelo Alvarez in a fight that they know is not going to take place because he's not in that weight class, it would be obvious to everybody. It'd be obvious to everybody. Dog, you got to put it in the super chat today, freaking flyer. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I need a rest from that. I need a rest today. I'm taking a day off from frequent flyer, bro. It's got to be in the super chat today. But don't feel like you have to put it in the super chat. I'm just telling you, you're taxing my brain, and I don't get paid enough for that. All right, because you literally are taxing my brain. I do not like running around in circles with people that are not being honest. Terrell in the building. Thank you, sir. I got the Cash App sitting right, Chanda. Waiting for it to come up. Oh, for John Buie. Yes, sir. Rest in peace to the great John Buie. Rest in peace to the great John Buie. But the link is right there. Seriously, though, freaking fly, I can't do that with you today because you're not honest. What's going on, Ray Davis? Yes, John Buie passed away last week. I do believe it was last week. Man, I work every day so the days and the weeks start running together for me. They start running together for me. It's so draining to argue with someone that doesn't recognize the truth. Really, it's tiring to somebody to argue with somebody that will not stop arguing when the point has been done. Have you spoken with any of his family? I have not, because I don't know any members of his family, be easy. Actually, I need to check in with Junior to see when the funeral is so that I can send flowers to the funeral. Yeah, I need to send flowers from the channel to the funeral. So myself and from everybody else to the funeral. Let me actually do that right now, because it should be taking place pretty soon. Yeah, Slim. Yeah, that is sad news. Rest in peace to the great John Buie, though. I'm gonna find out. I'm gonna find out when it is. I'll cover the flowers. I'm not asking for anybody to donate money for the flowers. I will cover the flower. I will cover the flowers. The channel will cover the flowers, without a doubt. I'm not asking for anything. I'm not asking for anybody to pitch in. None of that. None of that. If you guys want to pitch in, do you want to send flowers? When I find it out, I'll put the address up, and you can do that. But I mean, I think that I wouldn't ask for anything for that, man. I wouldn't ask for anything for that. I feel like digging that ditch myself. Okay, yeah, I did. Okay, I got the information. Oh, wow, that is so sad. Wow. Oh, wow. I mean, if you want to donate, you can. I'm not going to ask you for it. If you would like to, thank you very much. What would John Buie do? Yes, sir. But I mean, I'm not gonna, you know what it is. I wouldn't ask you guys for that. I wouldn't ask you for that. Support the channel, because the channel is going to support that for sure. For sure. I'm going to get it done. I'm going to get it done today. Yeah, John Bowie's a good dude. But look, man, so no takers, huh? Let me put it in right here. I gotta tell you, though, I do like Freaking Flyer. Freaking Flyer, at least he's consistent. And tirelessly consistent with that BS. No, it's going to be in Arlington, Texas. It's not in Minnesota. It's in Texas. The funeral is going to be in Arlington, Texas. The funeral's in Arlington, Texas. Doesn't let you super chat on timeout, so I had to wait. Hit the gong for John Buie. Got my wrench and took and even gave it back. Much love. Yes, sir. Hey, my guy Be Easy said, Chad family, let's all send $5 towards the flowers. Thank you, Be Easy. Appreciate you, sir. Big Game James in the building says Shakur can't keep Tank off of him. Shakur can't keep Tank off of him. Good night. Again? I mean, I can do it again. Yeah, I'm sorry. I said again. Man, we've had 10 counts. He's worth another, definitely worth another 10 count. Yes, sir. Rest in peace, John Buie. Rest in peace, John Buie. Rest in peace, John Buie. Get a grip agents in the building, man, with the $2 holler, man. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that support. Yeah, man. John Buie's a good guy, man. Really good guy. Sheena in the building said, respect peacefully, John Buie. Absolutely. You know, bro, you should never pocket watch a dead man. Rest in peace, John Buie. And thank you for all of the support, John Buie. Like, that's tacky, man. Aisha said, for the flowers for John Buie. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. It will definitely go to that. Thank you very much. I have no idea why you would say some shit like that. But whatever. Whatever. Alexander said, for John Buie, R.I.P. John Buie. And Barbara Davis, here's 10 for the flowers, Martin. Man, I don't know what you meant. But what does his support? What does his support have? What does the fact that he supported the channel have to do with this? What does he have to do? What does it have to do with it? T. Orlando Pearson said, R.I.P. John Buie. Thank you, brother. John, that's why John Buie is a wealthy dude. John Buie is a very wealthy man, just so that you know. He was a very wealthy man. That's why I wouldn't even ask for donations for the flowers. If people want to put yours in, I understand that. I understand the need to do that. But John Buie was a very wealthy man. Very wealthy man. Not kind of wealthy man, a very wealthy man. So to me, it's not like he's somebody that needs donations. But if you want to buy one of the flowers, if you want that put into that because you enjoyed his company and you enjoyed the conversations that he had, and the fact that, yes, absolutely, during a very tough time, he basically held up the channel. Very much so. And I'm very, very thankful for him. Very, very thankful for him. But his loss is not about the loss is not about that. Mr. McKinney, thank you, brother, for that support, man. Thank you, sir. Slim said, I want to, OG. He really, I really do. He supported me when I was broke as a joke. So I drop a, so can you drop a link so I can donate it. You can donate it through the Cash App or you can donate it through the Super Chat. Either one. Thank you, Mr. McKinney. Said for flowers. Thank you, sir. Big Game James says, sounds like John Buie was special. RIP. Yeah, man, the dude held up the dude. Look, man, the dude was a really good dude, man. He's a really good dude and it was rough for him. It was rough on him for a while. But let's get back to boxing for a second, if you don't mind, because you guys are gonna make me sad. Just several people have passed lately. It's like several people have passed. John Buie passed. I had a fraternity brother earlier this year that passed. Kent Broussard had an associate, a friend in law school that passed away. Just the older you get, the more people around you pass. And you kind of brings your own mortality into focus a little bit, you know? That's what I'm saying. Like when young people say that, I tell that to young people every time that they try to ridicule somebody for being older. That's what you're supposed to want to be. If any of you young people that are from the inner city or from rough areas have a friend that died at a young age, wouldn't you have wanted for them to get to be 50? And then when you realize that when somebody passed at 50, they died young. 54 years old you died young at 54 years old. You died young at 60. You died young at 60. You're supposed to live 70, 75 years, not 50. You're not old at 50. You're not old at 40. You're not old at 30. You're not supposed to think to yourself, oh man, look at you old, you this, you that. That's the whole job of your life. That's the purpose, is to live a comfortable, meaningful life for as long as you can. That's the number one job you have. It's the number one job you have. But you guys ridicule age. Man, your job, you trying to get there, man. The average black man dies young if you don't make it to 70. 67, 70. It's 65 is 65 and above. In your 50s, 58, 59, 54, 55, it's young. But anyway, I tell that to people all the time on Twitter. Somebody's, oh, you old man. Man, I'm not old. What are you talking about? I'm 54 years old. That's not old. What do you think old is? You're just young. And you should be happy and enjoy your youth. But youth is only a part of life. You don't go from youth to old age. And then you don't skip from, well, I'm young today, I'm old tomorrow. I just had a cousin transition at 41 with cancer. I used to call my coworker old, and he used to always say, keep living. I'm happy to make 45 this year. Exactly. Bill said he got 2 cars for Tank. Yeah, buy them. Buy them. Buy them. Reggie 911. Support, brother. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I agree 100, Martin, because I'm over 60 and I want to live as long as possible. Absolutely. And Doug J says, salute And rest well, John Buie. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. And I hope you hear us very well. Akil Ness, man, I'm so tired of hearing Bill trying to spend other people's money. Bill's trying to jump in other people's headlines. Bill jumps in everybody's headlines. Bill is constantly jumping in people's headlines. Pay attention to me. Pay attention. But that's what a promoter is supposed to do, right? That is what a promoter is supposed to do. He's promoting. I just had 2 classmates pass and my uncle. It really puts things into focus. Yeah. Do you know what puts it in focus for me sometimes, Zenith? When I look back on events in my life when I was younger, like a trip that I really enjoyed one time to Philadelphia. I used to always love to go to Philadelphia, to West Philadelphia, because that's where my grandfather lived, because I love hoagies and I love cheesesteaks. Love hoagies, love cheesesteaks, love Philadelphia. Always like going there. My grandmother used to make like Shasta and grape juice. She would make, like put some Shasta and then, and Shasta and then pour like, concentrated grape juice out of a metal can in it. And I used to love that. And my granddad would make bacon and flapjacks. And he didn't call it pancakes, he called it flapjacks. But my grandfather would make breakfast for us. And I loved it. I loved his pancakes. I loved how he made the bacon. I loved how he used to cut the butter across the top. And then I had an uncle that would bring by fish. He would bring by catfish in the evenings, and they would fry catfish. And then, I'd have like all of my father's family there. It was really, really fun, man. So sometimes I look back and it's like, man, Big John, who was my father's cousin, is gone. My grandfather's gone. My grandmother's gone. My uncles are gone. They all died over. They died over a series of years, but they're all gone. And then on my mother's side, my grandmother's gone. My great grandmother's gone. My aunt is gone. My other aunt is gone. My big cousin is gone. My other big cousin is gone. My mother is youngest of her children, so all of my first cousins are getting older. And then I think to myself that I still have how blessed I am to have everybody in my nuclear family still here. And it is really, 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 truly a blessing. But you understand that 100 years from now, we're all going to be gone from the perspective of the children that are here. Like my great niece she's just turned 2 years old, and we went to her birthday party. I'm 54. She's 2. So when she's 50, she's going to look back. She may look back, at parties we have a couple years from now and say, I remember when Uncle Martin used to pick me up and kiss me and play these little silly games with me. Just like I remember when my uncle Dinky gave me a beer. And that's the first time I ever sipped a beer. I was looking at the beer can like, I've never seen that before. My dad was sitting next to my Uncle Dinky, and my Uncle Dinky didn't even ask my dad. He said, here, you want some? Here, taste it. And I taste it. I was like, and gave it back to my uncle, But those memories, man, they still live in those memories. So, I think that's what middle age is, where you remember your youth and you remember your youth and you're looking forward to your future. Your parents are still with you and older. And then you have young people, your kids that are coming up behind you. William Lesman, I need to see your face. I need to see your face before I let you on. Phenomenal show. You don't have to keep it up there, but you got to show me your face for a second. Phenomenal show. Said my cousins and uncle passed away 2 weeks ago on the same day. Fanon, father and son. Man, I'm so sorry. I got to see I don't see. Okay, I see you. I got you. Okay, I got you. You can cover that up. Heart attacks. You're absolutely right. I got you. I'm young and understand that I have to cherish every breath. Yeah. Mr. Lesman, how are you, sir? You're on, sir. You're on, sir. You came to slap your lips and eat on camera? That's what you did that for? To smack your lips? Ooh. Dog, the crazy thing is that I saw his face. So I know exactly in my mind's eye what a bozo you are, man. What is that, man? Anybody really want to talk, man? That man said, I'm gonna be disrespectful. I'm gonna be disrespectful. You don't like people eating? Devin Haney is a bum. Watch that. Now take that and sit down and let it spin on it, brother. Even though he's not a bum, I don't think he is. But I said he was, so that should make you good and mad, right? Anyway, no, they're not. I mean, no, those are my favorite type of trolls. That shows a desperate attempt that they need attention. They just need attention. Anyway, here's a link for anybody that really wants to talk boxing, though. For 9, if a director offered you an interesting role, would you agree to star in a good movie? Yeah. They offer me some good money? Yes, I would. Absolutely, I would. Why not? Sounds like fun. Sounds like a lot of work because I have been in a movie and I wouldn't want to do that unless you pay me some money because that shit is pain in the behind. That's a lot of work. Hey, Fanon, how do you feel about Haney versus Bronner? That it's never going to happen? I like Bronner versus Ryan Garcia though. Oh, it's Daddy's Little Girl. I'm in the court scene in Daddy's Little Girl, the Tyler Perry movie with Idris Elba and Gabrielle Union. I'm in that movie. If you go to the court scene, I'm standing up against the wall, saying nothing. I've got a white shirt and a tie on. That's when I was still young. I'm pretty sure I had hair. Big Dre, what's up, man?
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Good morning. Peace and blessings. I figure we'll jump in here and we see if we can talk some boxing.
Yeah, man, I'm here. What's up?
Well, I want to talk about some of the stuff that's going on in the 140-pound division. Like the fact that they can't seem to get their stuff together and get some dance partners and set some dates up, man. They everybody messing around. I blame a lot of it on Ryan Garcia because he jumped in with Devin, then he jumped out with Devin, want to jump in with Rolly. Then he want to mention Pitbull's name and Theo's name, and then he jumped back to Devin. So then he said he wants to fight Rolly, and Rolly wants to fight him. They put up this poster. Now it's him and Cruz with a poster out. It seems like they're just jumping around, and ain't nobody fighting. I want to see some boxing matches all around. Hold 1 second, please, sir.
Yeah, no worries. What's up?
Sorry about that. I had a coworker ask me a question. But I want to see him set some dates and set up some fights, and let's get some boxing going on. The same with the 135-pound division. Everybody wants to call everybody out, but nobody wants to sit down and set up the contract and let's make it happen.
Look, man, let me do something real quick. First of all, Big Game James said mom was 93. Dad was 86 and I'm 70 and kicking. Yes, sir. And I'm happy for you, brother.
Amen, amen, amen.
And Larry Dixon says for John Buie, the GOAT, RIP. That's for my guy, Mr. King Larry, with the $20 holler. Thank you, brother. All right, so look, let me ask a question. Well, let me state something. You know, it takes about 6 months. It takes about 4 months to set up a fight.
Okay.
About 4 months. Okay. Now let me say why it takes about 4 months to set up a fight. You got to have a network. You have to have. I'm talking about like a big fight. You have to have a network, right? You have to have a negotiation. You have to have a training camp, right? So you have to have fight dates available. So you can't just say, okay, it is January 22nd. I am going to call out Big Dre. And I want to fight you, Big Dre. And then I say the next day, I want to fight Frequent Flyer. And then the next day, Big Dre say you going to fight me. And I say, no, I do want to fight you. And then Kyle Porter calls me out and says, hey, I want to fight Fanon. And then I say, okay, yeah, I'll fight you, Porter. I'll fight you, Kyle Porter. Right? Say all this happens within 3 days. None of those things could have ever manifested into a fight in that short period of time. So what I think we get is this. We get a lot of boxers that are talking a lot of shit that will say, because they never want to ever say they won't fight somebody. Instead of just telling the truth, no, I'm not going to fight you. Now, like Terence Crawford is one thing that I would give Terence Crawford. I'll not give him credit for a lot of things. I want to bring up Terence Crawford in this particular instance. If Terence Crawford ain't intending on fighting you, Terence Crawford will say in a heartbeat, I'm not fighting you. So we don't have
what he said about Gervonta. I'm not fighting him.
So he said, I'm not fighting him. All right, so we know right now. There may be conversation about why he's saying he's not fighting him, but it's not he's going to say, I'm going to fight you, and then I'm not going to fight you, and then I'm going to fight you every other day of the week. That's the problem with Devin Haney's camp, is that you can't possibly be doing all the things you're talking about. You can't be fighting T.O. and be fighting Ryan and be trying to fight Gervonta and be trying to fight Mario Barrios. Just like when he was doing the negotiations at 135, he can't honestly be trying to fight every one of the guys he's in negotiations with. He can't be serious about fighting. Shakur can't be the guy he really wants to fight, and T.O. be the one that what's the guy's name? The guy that is at 140 that not Barbosa. What's the guy's name that just jumped in the face of Teofimo Lopez? Just fought on the undercard of Virgil Ortiz and
that was I can't think of his name right now.
What is his name, man? Barbosa. Barbosa. It's either Barbosa. I know it's
Is Ishmael Barroso?
Yeah, no, not Ishmael Barbosa, but Barbosa. I think it's
Barbosa.
Both. Yeah, Barbosa. Yeah, and Barbosa and Regis Prograis and Gervonta Davis. It's not possible for each and every one of those guys be the one that you're gonna fight if you get the offer you want. No, there's only one. If you want to fight Gervonta, if your mind is on fighting Gervonta Davis and that's the fight that you want, that's the one that you want to fight. You can't want to fight 5 guys at the same time. That's the problem with the whole Devin Haney conversation, is that he's calling out everybody at the same time, which means you can't be serious about all of them. You can't. You got to be cap. Use the words of the young people. You're cap on one of them. You're cap on one of them. You're cap on most of them, actually. Who is it that you really want to fight? Negotiate to the end with the guy that you really want to fight. And then if you doesn't get it done, it's over with. And then you go to the next. Hey, did you leave, Big Dre?
No, I didn't leave, man. I turned off my camera because my sound was breaking up.
All right. No, you were good. I heard you perfectly well.
Okay.
Maybe my sound to you was breaking up. Could be.
Yeah, I'm on bad Wi-Fi right now.
Dog, yeah. Oh, no worries, man. Oh, well, let me come back when you feel comfortable, okay? I'll get back.
I'm good, man. I can hear you. Am I coming through clear?
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay, well, as long as I'm coming through clear, we're good. You know, because I wanted to talk about the Shakur versus Devin thing, and I was listening to. I made the mistake of listening to a whole lot of that Bill Haney interview when he was on the Portaway, and some of the things he said, he made it seem like they were doing everything that they can to fight Shakur. But if you were doing everything you can to fight Shakur, when Shakur sent the letter to the WBC, why didn't you respond? Why didn't you negotiate in good faith? Why didn't you just make it happen? If you said you sent him 3 offers, something in one of those 3 offers should have been written down, and if they couldn't come to an agreement, it should have went to purse bid. That's the way it was set up. Let the WBC make the decision on who gets what. They argued and played around. Then he dropped the belt and ran to 140. And he said it wasn't because of Shakur. Now, how can you can't be right on both accounts. You know, you got to either one thing's true or the other thing is true. Either you duck Shakur or you were going to 140 anyway, and the thing with Shakur was just what it was. But you can't say you want to fight the man and do everything but negotiate in good faith. You know, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but you know, I think the way that they were doing that was just that was a big old smoke show.
Devin Haney was going to move up to 100. That Bob Arum and those guys that negotiated said those guys were not serious about making that fight. And there was not a real, and the thing about the 3 offers, so what? We made 3 offers. Okay, well, one was trash, the second was trash, the third was trash. Okay, people get negotiated. Is there some magic number in which if I say it 3 times, you have to accept?
No, it don't work like that. That's why it's called a negotiation.
Especially since we beat this shit to a pulp.
I know we talked about it at much length yesterday.
Look, Shakur Stevenson did not withdraw from that negotiation. He didn't. He didn't withdraw from the negotiation. Devin withdrew from the negotiation because he said that he wanted that because he said, "Look, there's 30." Because Shakur said there's 30 days free negotiation period. Let's get the clock going, and then if we can't do it, we're going to go to purse bid. And if it goes to purse bid, we want you to consider the fact that we have exceptional market value. March is dumb. I know that you're trolling, but so what if he doesn't deserve it, then the WBC won't give it to him. So that you're hiding you can't hide behind the fact that somebody down the road, you really believe that they're going to give him 50%. Because if you really believe that he's going to get 50%, then you must think he deserves it. That was my point with Ray. That's my point with Freaking Flyer. It's like, hey,
and
man,
Ray Davis.
if you sit here and you're telling me, look, man, if a policeman asks you, and just aside from you just saying you don't have the right to do it, right? Say, look, man, I think I smell some herb, and you say, nah, man, that's outside. It's not in the car. Well, look, man, I don't want to have to pull you in because if you don't let me look, then I'm going to have to pull you in, right? I'm going to have to pull you in. But if I can look and just assume that you don't believe he's going to plant something on you, okay? All he wants to do is just open the door and look, and he doesn't have an opportunity to plant it. If you say, no, you cannot search this, no, then they're going to have to take you in. They're going to have to, they impound the car, and then they wait for an opportunity to search the car because they believe they have reasonable, whatever, probable cause to search the car, right? Whatever the case is, if you don't have anything in it, you may very well be willing to say, all right, man, just look in the car, right? Or better yet, take the police out of it and just say, your son walks in the house and you think he looks like he may be drunk. And you say, man, look, let me smell your breath. And he refuses to do it. And he covers his mouth up and he runs in the room and locks his door. You may believe there's a reason that he won't let you smell his breath. That's what I feel when people say, well, he doesn't deserve the 50%. That's why he dropped out. Why? Because you thought, why didn't you go through the process and see if it would have been 50%? It might not have been 50%. If Devin Haney really did sell, if he's really this big draw that you guys say that he is, then he shouldn't be worried about a purse bid becoming 50-50. Shouldn't even worry about it. Terence Crawford,
the WBC?
Huh?
The WBC says a mandatory challenger is entitled to 30%. Now, Shakur says we should be the exception to that, but even as the exception, you might get 35. They don't have to give you.
That's not what it is. Let me tell you what it is. That's not the. I got Kyle right behind you.
Okay.
Here's the rule. The WBC mandatory purse split is 70-30. It is then up to the WBC to decide whether or not they are going to modify that purse split under certain circumstances. One of the circumstances is, for example, is your exceptional market value. So in the situation of exceptional, they said they only have three options. And I can't remember exactly what they are, but I believe one is just say it's 70-30, it's that it's 65 60-40, 75-35, and then under extreme situations 50-50. Right? But it's up to them. My suspicion is this, that they know, Devin Haney and Bill Haney know that Shakur Stevenson's ticket sales and television viewerships are on par with him, and they know that their market value is equal. They know it. And it's because they know it that they don't want to do it. Not because they think that they're going to rip him off. No, by any metric that we have, look at the television viewership. When Terence, other than these pay-per-views, when Shakur Stevenson was fighting on regular ESPN and Devin Haney was fighting in regular ESPN, Shakur's numbers were higher than Devin's. When Devin Haney was selling tickets in Las Vegas, Shakur Stevenson's ticket sales were higher in New Jersey. The reason that they don't want to do that is because they know the market values are equal. So they're like, no, we're not doing it. We're not going to do that because we know the market values are equal. Not that they're fear that they're going to get ripped off. They fear that Shakur Stevenson is correct because Shakur is saying, look, bro, you don't do big numbers. Because when the WBC looks at the numbers, the WBC is going to get the actual numbers. That's why somebody like Shakur, that's why somebody like Canelo Alvarez isn't worried about it. Because he knows you look at the market value of me and David Benavidez, and you're not going to see anything other than 70-30. Because 70-30 is a gift to that man. 70-30 is there to make sure that I don't say 10. Because if you look at the market value between Canelo and David Benavidez, Canelo could turn around and say 90-10. But the WBC says, no, we've got that bottom floor right there. We got that bottom floor right there of 70-30. So in the situation with Canelo for 2 reasons. That fight will probably never go to purse bid. Number one, the fight is so valuable that whoever the promoter is of Canelo Alvarez is going to pay for the fight because they're not even going to chance that it goes to somebody else. And number two, because there's the 70-30 split, they're never going to get to the purse bid situation. They're going to come up with an amicable split because the guy's going to say, look, man, if we do a $50 million fight, 30% of $50 million, and I know we're just doing whatever, that's $15 million. No, bro, I'm not giving you $15 million. I'll give you 5. Okay, I'll take 5. Yeah, because otherwise I'll drop the belt. I'll drop the belt before that. Pablo. Devin Haney's fights on pay-per-view lost money. Market value, not market cost. How much did your fight earn? How much did your fight make? Devin Haney didn't do well on pay-per-view. And we're talking about it before this last pay-per-view. I'm just telling you what the numbers are. Hey, Big Dre, let me get to Kyle, and I'll holler back at you, Big Dre. Big Dre? You broke up. Kyle, how can I help you?
Hey, good morning, Fanon. How's it going? What's that?
You don't see this chat? This comment right here?
You don't deserve that belt. Well, his name is Bag Chaser. He's a Devin Haney bag chaser.
So what's on your mind, Kyle?
Not much, man. I was just looking on YouTube, scrolling back on Fight Hype. And didn't Shakur Stevenson expose Bill Haney with the too hot conversation? Did you ever hear that video?
I heard it. I don't know about exposing, but I wouldn't. But I do know that somebody had in their pocket tape listening to Bill Haney tell somebody, if it ever gets too hot at 135, we're leaving.
Not only that, he was giving the utmost respect to Shakur. Like, Shakur was always that guy. And if anybody got off on Shakur in sparring, that's a great thing. So he was giving Shakur, the utmost respect, acknowledging that he's always been that guy. You know what I'm saying? I guess coming up. So then at the end of the video, he's like, yo, if it gets too hot at 30, we up to 40. That's Bill Haney saying that. I mean, clearly, with that being said, he doesn't have confidence in his son to be victorious, like the utmost confidence, which is understandable because Shakur is that talented. So for anybody who's a Haney fan, it's like the writing's on the wall. You heard his father, his promoter, say that, he's concerned with Shakur and any other fight, basically.
No. You got to understand what that was. That was really Gervonta Davis in his car saying, I'm willing to go to 140, bruh. We're going to 140, bruh. Do you remember that? How do you switch that? How do you switch that? But yeah, I'm 100% with you, man. Look, dude, Shakur Stevenson's going to beat Devin Haney, dog. And I don't care what anybody says.
He's bad, man. He's
that was not a freaking flyer. That was not 8 years ago. That's a lie.
4 months ago. I got the video on my desktop.
Yeah, it was a freaking flyer out here telling another freaking lie. He did not. That was not Bill Haney 8 years ago.
8 years ago. The video was released 4 months ago. When it was taken, who knows? I can't speak on that, but it just should show that you hear Devin Haney's father expressing concern about, not concern, but just saying, like, giving Shakur the utmost props. That if anybody gets off on Shakur in sparring, that's a good thing. Shakur's the big homie. He's the one that, you know what I'm saying? It's not it basically was implying that, like, Shakur's that dude that if you have any success.
I don't want to read too much. I don't want to read too much into it because I don't think that's fair to Bill Haney. I will tell you I've had conversations on this channel with Bill Haney where I believe that I caught Bill Haney. I caught him out of the blue. I kind of caught him off guard a little bit with a Shakur Stevenson question. I myself can testify that I asked him about it. Yeah. And I said, well, what about Shakur when Shakur moves up to 135? Dude, his body reaction, and his words told me he wasn't fighting him.
Yeah.
I asked Bill Haney myself. I don't remember what the exact words were, but he did like this. He sat up a little bit and he was like, because he said Devin Haney is the most skilled fighter. It was about the most skilled fighter and being the best guy. I said, yeah, but what about Shakur when Shakur gets to 135?
Yeah.
And do you remember when that one interview where somebody asked Bill Haney about Devin Haney fighting Jaron, and he was like, oh, he's kind of big. That was pretty much the same feeling that I got off about Shakur. Bro, they did not want to fight Shakur because Shakur is not a big money fight, and Shakur very well may beat him. That fight is a 50-50. If you are personally, if I'm thinking about that fight and I am extremely pro Devin Haney, I think that's a 50-50 fight.
Yeah, and
I personally think it's closer to a 60-40 fight between the two of them. I just think Shakur's a better fighter, man. And Shakur Stevenson boxes better. He's a better boxer than Devin is.
Yeah, he's more crisp. I mean, to me, I'm not a boxing professional, but he just appears to be more skilled, more sound, and like he's always been a high level talent. You know, you could just tell when someone appears to have always been that guy. Whether like me playing basketball, football, you could tell this dude got superstar potential, and I'm sure that was Shakur his whole life. The only thing is, and I don't fault Bill Haney. He's trying to do what's best for his son's career. He's not trying to have him take a loss and discredit his son's abilities, so he don't want the fight. And that's okay with me because his job is to promote and steer his son with the best career. But it's when the fans act like that's not an underlying fact. It's when they try to like omit that reality that Bill Haney is not interested in that fight.
He's trying to make that fight, man.
Which is fine. Like, just call it.
They resorted to all kind of silly shit to sell the idea that Shakur doesn't want the fight.
Yeah, no.
When you put out a videotape and Bag Chaser, brother, seriously, man, I really wish you'd stop. But take, for example, when they said that like what this guy Bag Chaser brought up. Said, did you see him spar? Yes, I did. I saw the footage and I saw Shakur Stevenson beating him up. I did. I absolutely saw Shakur Stevenson beating him up. Yes, hitting him with all kind of stuff.
Haney cracked him once, but
but dog, it's Haney cracking you. Yeah. So what? So what? He cracked him. So what? He's not going to stop him with that. The dude that was every fighter gets hit, and Devin Haney's a good fighter, but Devin Haney was resorted to walking forward and coming forward and trying to walk down Shakur Stevenson and was getting pot shotted the whole time.
Yeah.
But then they bring up this video. This is why I'm telling you, man, if you have to use gimmicks.
For now, let me get back with you. I'm multitasking at work, and of course the client walks in. Let me go, and I'll get back.
All right, man, get back. Got you. Thank you, man. It is my perspective. Thank you for stating the obvious that's my perspective. Yes, it is. Keen observation there. Look, man, Shakur Stevenson is the better boxer. He's a better boxer. He's a more complete boxer because he can punch. And Devin Haney can't punch. So what's he worried about? And Devin dropped that belt and left and didn't fight him. And you're framing him for a duck on top of it. The thing is the cover-up. It's not the crime, it's the cover-up. You know what I mean? It's not always the crime, it's the cover-up. If you didn't duck him, then why are you covering it up? Why are you making a bunch of cockamamie excuses? Like putting out videotape saying that Shakur Stevenson quit in a sparring match. They had a disagreement about how many rounds they fought. Shakur Stevenson said, man, that's it. He said, no, that's round 5. No, that's 6. And Shakur's like, man, that's 6 rounds. I'm done. He said, no, one more. He's like, nah, man, I'm tired. Man, I'm tired. Oh, you ducking me. Oh, you ducked that other round. You ducked. Dog, that's a cover-up, okay? Now you want to believe Shakur. Frequent flyer will only believe Shakur Stevenson if it works. Man, be quiet, Shakur. Natty Dread, yeah, I'm not funny. You click the link or I'm gonna block you, bro. I gotta throw your ass out, okay? You're acting funny after the spot. You make yourself suspect with the way that you're behaving. Okay? There's no reason to act like oh no, I made him 4 offers and I left because he wanted 50-50. Dog, okay, what's wrong with him wanting 50-50? There's a lot of fighters that want 50-50. What's wrong with him wanting 50-50? Well, because he has not done enough. So we dropped our belt and left. If he would have just taken the offer, we would have fought him. But dude, you dropped out of negotiations. No, he dropped out of negotiations by pricing himself out. Man, pricing the idea that somebody priced himself out because he didn't take your offer. Whatever. I don't want to, but I don't even care because they're never going to fight, bro. I would love to talk about the fights that can actually take place, bro. Marcus Robinson said, RIP for my guy, RIP John Buie. Yes, sir. RIP to John Buie. That ain't the real Natty Dread. Oh, for real? Dang, thank you, Natty Dread, because I was like, Natty Dread just turned silly all of a sudden. I was like, Natty Dread, when did Natty Dread turn into when did the real Natty Dread turn silly, dog? I was like, man, Natty Dread, for real. But you know, I got some good Natty Dread. Look, man, there are some people that I really respect that kind of lose it when it comes to Devin Haney. He had a wrench, did he? Hold on, man. I didn't even see the wrench. Let me unblock him because he wasn't that bad. Somebody unblock Natty Dread. I don't know which Natty Dread is which Natty Dread, but I'm going to tell you this right here. I'm going to go here. Oh, my favorite kind of day. Man. Oh, Natty Dread got a wrench. The one that I blocked must not have had a wrench. Oh, the Natty Dread that has a wrench still has his wrench. So, okay, we're good. Boxing recap. Nobody's being sarcastic about death on this channel. We will throw people out. John Buie did pass away, and no, people are not being sarcastic. No, rest in peace, John Buie. I would never joke about that. All right, cool. Thanks, Natty Dread. Man, these dudes that's probably that buffoon. That was that buffoon that wanted to smack food in people's face. January 22nd, 1973, Foreman destroyed Frazier. Wow. Yes, sir. Much love. Thank you, brother. Yeah, John Buie was the passing out of wrenches. I can't let who can beat Boots? Terence Crawford has the ability to beat Boots. I would say Terence Crawford is the one that can. Errol Spence, if he was healthy and at 154, I think has a chance to beat Boots. Can beat Boots. I'm not saying will, but can. I think those three guys. I don't think Errol Spence Jr. was healthy during his last fight. And if it happens again, then it is what it is. His own age, nobody. I don't think anybody. I don't know. This is very tough. I don't think anybody. But Devin didn't clear out 135. He cleared out of 135. He cleared out of 135. I think Speedy gets beat up. But I'll take the fight. I'll definitely take the fight, though. Jesus Christ. Yes, freaking flyer.
And what's going on? How you?
Same old, sir. Same as yesterday.
How are you? I'm all right, man. Not bad at work. I wanted to ask you, can Terence Crawford really get out of the fight like that, the rematch? There's people saying that he got out of the rematch.
I don't know, man.
Is that possible?
People say, is it possible? Yes, it's possible. Did it happen? I don't know. It's just speculation because people need to make videos. So they have to have something to say. So they come up with something to say. And I don't know. And I think it's a good conversation for sure to have. And I think it's a fair thing to say because of what Terence Crawford said himself. But I don't know I don't have the contract myself, so I couldn't tell you. And agreements do not run in perpetuity.
Because I remember when
doesn't keep going and going and going no matter what.
Remember Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder when Wilder had to take him to court to try to get him back in the ring? That was it was like a pretty big amount of time, a long amount of time that went by, and he still was able to get him back in the ring. You know.
Well, that's what happened in that is a different scenario because the reason that they claimed that the Tyson Fury claimed that the contract had run out. But the problem was that it was them that made the contract run out.
Yeah, because it was COVID or something like that, right?
What?
It was because of COVID or something like that, or
no, because their network said that they didn't want to air it in January. Their network wanted to air it in February. So it wasn't the fact that it was COVID, but it was COVID at the time. It was the fact that they had already acquiesced to the fact that the fight was not going to take place in December. So or by that time. And so ultimately what wound up happening is they wind up moving it up. Top Rank moved it up. So you can't move it up yourself and then backtrack and say that the time expired when you asked for the extension to begin with. And because it was going to be that particular card, that particular third fight, it was for the third fight. That third fight was going to be on ESPN.
Yeah,
but it's just a different scenario altogether.
Yeah, because Terence Crawford definitely is in time because that fight just happened not too long ago. You know.
I don't know if it. I think they were supposed to have it. They said that it had to happen by the end of the year. That's what my understanding is, that it had to happen by the end of the year. But
the actual fight have to happen, like them in the ring.
That's what was said in the paper, in all of the talk about the fight. Again, this is just what's being said in the media with sources telling you what the terms are. But I don't know what the answer is that I don't know. That I don't know. But it sounds to me like Terence Crawford thinks that it did. I don't know really, though. I don't know what the circumstance is, though.
Wow.
And I don't think anybody, and honestly, I don't think anybody else really does really know what it is.
All speculation, right? When people be having those titles.
Definitely a ton of speculation. Definitely a ton of speculation on that.
Oh, all right.
Definitely
Well,
a ton of speculation.
well, that's all I had. I'm gonna hop back off.
All right, man. Well, appreciate you, brother.
All right. Well.
All right, man. Get back. Yeah, I just don't know. The easiest answer to that is I don't know. I just don't know. I've listened to what has been said. I don't really see where Terence Crawford's going to go. Personally, I don't really see where he's going to go with it. But no, that's why I like freaking flyer is a good conversation. Other than that, then he who must not duck, because for real, he must not duck, bro. He who must not call duck. There you go. He who must not claim duck. No, I just thought he was going to go over the same thing. I asked Bomac if Bud got a Tim fight. Tim Tszyu is in talks Tim Tszyu is in talks with Erickson Lubin. So I don't see how that's going to happen. I don't understand what you guys. I have no idea how you guys think business works. He's on my good side. He stays on my good side. Freaking Flyer got on my good side permanently when I be spazzing, and he doesn't let it affect him. That is a great advantage that he has. It's a great personality trait. Because I ain't gonna lie, I do spaz out. Claymore Rain, how can I help you?
Salute, Fanon. How's your morning treating you?
Man, I can't complain.
That's a good thing. So I got off topic, on boxing, but not on the topic of Shakur, Devin, and Tank. So Turkey Al-Sheikh said that after the better Bivol fight, that he's interested in having Jai Opetaia, the cruiserweight fight the winner of that fight for the undisputed light heavyweight championship, right?
Yes.
All right. So from my perspective, I'm like looking at, in my mind, I bring up David Benavidez in my mind. I say, man, this man is sitting at the super middleweight division right now. Canelo's talking about fighting Jamal Charlo. His options is to potentially fight a David Morrell for a, I don't know if it's an interim WBA championship or a regular WBA championship. You know better than me. And I just want to see this man get like a real shot at the title. So I'm thinking to myself, what does it look like David Benavidez fighting Jai Opetaia, and the winner of that a shot at the winner of a better Buie versus Bivol for light heavyweight champion?
Opetaia is a cruiserweight.
Right, but he'll be coming down to light heavyweight.
No, he will not be coming down. They said he want to see the fight. The winner of that fight would move up to fight Jai Opetaia. Jai Opetaia and David Benavidez is 2 full weight classes away from each other. And that is a terrible fight for what it looks like is if he goes to cruiserweight to fight Jai Opetaia, it looks like David Benavidez is going to lose a fight at cruiserweight.
Right. I definitely didn't see it that way. I was looking more, I thought it was going to be a challenge for the light heavyweight championship. So I was looking more at Jai coming down to light heavyweight and David going up to light heavyweight. That's what I was seeing.
Jai Opetaia is a cruiserweight.
Sure.
He fights at the 200 pound. He fights at the 200 pound limit. Matter of fact, let me just make sure that he weighs in at 200 pounds because usually they do.
Right.
Jai Opetaia weighed in at 198.5 pounds. Jai Opetaia, back in 2021, actually fought at 207 pounds. He's fought over 200 pounds, and actually, he had fought at heavyweight. Back in 2017, he weighed in at 217, 210. Jai Opetaia has actually fought at heavyweight before. So no, the size difference is too extreme. That would be, I think, career suicide and buffoonery for David Benavidez to try to go away from getting a Canelo Alvarez fight to going to fight a Jai Opetaia.
Right. In that case scenario, for sure. When Turkey say that, I thought he was talking about bringing him down to light heavyweight, the challenge for a championship down there.
No, the man's weighing
I
at
wasn't
200
thinking
pounds. Those
about
guys are
David
fighting at
Benavidez.
175. He's not going to squeeze down once.
Right.
If Jai Opetaia would be smarter to go to heavyweight than to try to fight Arthur Beterbiev or Dimitri Bivol at 175 and damn near kill himself to make that weight. So nah.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense, Fernando. A lot of sense, man. Hey,
I usually do.
Yeah, you try to.
No, I do.
What do you think about this Isak Cruz going up to 140 to potentially fight? I don't know if it's going to be Rolly or Ryan at this point. It's like it's so much speculation, but it does seem like he's going to 140. What do you think about that scenario?
I don't care. If he wants to do it, good for him.
I mean, as
he
far
wants
as
to do it,
quality
good for
of
him.
fight. As far as
I mean,
the fight
look,
is
man,
concerned.
it's a good fight. It's a world-class fighter. So it's going to be a good quality fight, man. Like those guys, all these guys we're talking about, Claymore, are world-class fighters. I'm not part of the Rayo Valenzuela's not a good fighter. Raymond Moratala's not a good fighter. Leo Santa Cruz isn't a good fighter. I'm not doing that, man. All these guys are top-level fights, man, and I would rather see more fights than less. I want to see. I don't want to just sit around and say, well, I only want to see Subriel Matias. I only want to see Subriel Matias fight Teofimo Lopez, or I only want to see Teofimo Lopez fight Subriel Matias. So I'm going to sit around and complain about every fight that he actually does fight. I'm going to tune in and enjoy the life short, man. I'm going to tune in and watch the fights that they see. I think that whole attitude affected one thing that issue that I've had with Errol Spence Jr.'s career is that he doesn't want to fight anybody but the guy that he considers to be the absolute top guy. But dog, some of his most entertaining fights, I see you, Juan Collado. Some of his most entertaining fights were against Lamont Peterson. They were against Yuriokas Gamboa. They were not Yuriokas Gamboa, Mikey Garcia. Some of those were his most exciting fights, man. Because you get to see the separation between fights sometimes. But it is what it is, man.
For sure. I can co-sign that. And any word on PBC's schedule for?
Man, how many you got, brother? How many you got, brother?
I'm just kicking it with you, man. I'm just trying
to hang
out with you, that's our problem. I can't hang out with you.
Yeah, I do. Let me tell you why. Because I'm waiting for the trap. I'm waiting for the shoe to fall.
I'm not trapping.
I'm waiting for the shoe to fall, man. That's how when I get up here and the great Claymore Rain jump up here and Ray Davis jump up here and Rollo come up here trying to be nice. I'm always waiting for that shoe to drop. But what was the other one? I got Juan Collado right behind you. But
sure.
What was going on?
No, I was gonna say, as far as PBC, is there any? I know there's a card supposedly.
Man, ain't nothing happened since yesterday, brother.
I don't know what happened yesterday, so I mean,
nothing.
I'm just saying, like, oh, so nothing. Okay, I got you. That was just
nothing. I don't know when it's going to be. Nobody knows, man. You are going to know for sure when it's announced. I'm going to tell you the perfect person to go to when it's announced to believe it.
Okay.
Fight Hype. If you go to Fight Hype and Fight Hype has that up, then, hey, man, I'm going to take Fight Hype's word at it. Fight Hype, boxing scene, Fight Hype, boxing scene. Any YouTube channel, brother, and I don't care if you can bucket me in this or not, take it with a grain of salt. Take a grain with salt, man. We are, I don't care what stories people tell. We are just a boxing forum of boxing fans that are kicking it. I mean, the most inside of inside people are not inside the mind of Al Heyman. Ain't nobody calling that man up and saying, what are the fight dates? Where they at? Oh, let me tell you, don't tell nobody. You know what I mean? Right. You got people who are with the that may know some things as far as the media. people that are connected. Like, what's the guy's name? Ken. What's his name, man? Well, there's Tim Smith. Then there's Kenneth Bouchard. I don't know how to pronounce his name, but he's on Twitter. I know that he's associated with the PBC. When those guys start saying it, or Leonard Ellerby says it, or they post it, that's how you're going to find the information. Most of this stuff is just speculation. But I suspect that we're going to get a full year of fights from March on. I don't think we're going to see it. And that's because it takes a certain amount of time to set up fights. They're going to announce them first. When they announce them, then there's going to be a period of time. So I would suspect we may start hearing something around February, mid a week of February, maybe 2-3 weeks from now, if they're going to schedule fights for the end of March, things like that.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, we'll be waiting. I'm excited to see what PBC got planned for the fighters. They got a lot of fighters on their roster, and I want to see, them fight. So, interested in seeing how that pans out.
Man, did you notice what a great year PBC had last year?
A great year. That's why.
Did you notice that the year before that? Did you notice that in 2022, in the first half of the year, until Terence Crawford slowed the whole fucking thing up with that bullshit, that they had a really great year going on that year too? Yeah, they had a great first half of the year. The first half of last year was fire. We got a bunch of fights. We got an Arrow. We had gotten Keith Thurman. There was a bunch, Gervonta, a bunch of fights until Terence Crawford hit the brakes and Showtime didn't get to announce any fights for the second half of the year.
Yeah, Terence definitely held the brakes and got his money.
I think I want to. You know what I want to know?
What's up?
When is the Zone going to give me some fights that I really want to see? And when is Top Rank going to give me some fights that I really want to see? What about them, Claymore Rain?
I mean, they're putting on fights, man. You know what I'm saying?
What good fights are they putting on?
What do you mean? What good fights are they putting on?
What good fights does ESPN put on last year? What are the good fights they put on last year?
I don't know. Top of my head, I can't really think of it like that.
Top of the head, you can't name, but maybe one or two the whole year.
Yeah, I think
Golden Boy, Top Rank did. Golden Boy and Top Rank and DAZN, they don't put on good fights. Very rarely do they. You got Devin Haney Lomachenko last year on ESPN. That is the fight that sits out of my mind. Okay. They have a bunch of fight cards. Like, I know for sure I had the opportunity to see Robesi Ramirez fight 4 or 5 times. I got to see Keyshawn Davis a bunch of times. I damn sure got my fill of Nico Ali Walsh. I mean, Nico Ali Walsh was out there all the time.
Right.
See,
Ali. So let me ask you this: are there fights that you would like to see them put together that they haven't put together?
Oh, a ton of them.
Okay. What would you like to see?
I got to go to Juan Collado. I can talk about that at a later time. I just wanted to highlight that it seems like you're putting a little bit on the PBC and wondering when you're going to see fights out of the PBC.
Yeah.
When you ain't seeing no fights out of nobody else.
You feel like I'm attacking the PBC?
I think that there's a little hint of derision there. Yes, I do.
I think you like to get it in with me. You look into it. I'm just saying they haven't had any fights this year. I want to see. I want to know when they're
fights. January.
I literally had no energy like what you're saying at all.
It's January 22nd. It's January 22nd.
Okay, but Fanon, they said they're going to have a card in March, so I just asked an innocent question of having of what they're doing. That's it. It's February next week, so I'm just asking, have you heard anything? I'm not knocking the PBC. I want to see them fight. They got great fighters on there.
I want to see Devin Haney, Shakur Stevenson.
Do you? So, were you telling Shakur to go to 140?
No, I want Devin to be at 135.
Oh, why are you so interested in draining that man? Why is that? You just said the other day that he can't make 135.
See, there you go. I just wanted to give you what you. I just wanted to give you what you wanted. I don't want him to go to 135. I don't. I just wanted to get your gas up so that you could get what you want. A little argument, which is you want to fight. So I gave you something for a second just so I could see how fast you jump on it.
Did you see what you just did?
No, what you said. Why do you want him down there so bad?
I said you want Shakur to go up to 140 to fight Devin.
And then I baited you. And then I baited you so I could get your reaction. And then you
My
said,
reaction
why
was what?
do you want to do that so bad? That's what you said.
Because you brought him back to 135.
No, I
Why did you
didn't.
do that?
First of all,
you
all
said
I
you wanted
said
him at
was,
135.
all I said is I'd like to see, I'd like to see him at 135. I wasn't serious. I'm telling you flat out right now, I don't care about it being a 135.
All
If
right,
Shakur
so,
Stevenson
how did you
wants to
bet-
fight
how did I
Devin Haney,
want that?
he need to go to 135. He need to go to 140. But watch this. I want to know why you said I want it so bad.
Because you brought it up. Why'd you bring
I
that
want
up?
it.
Why'd you
No,
bring him down to
I
135?
want it so bad.
So we're gonna do antics on words because I said, why do you want him down at 135?
No, you
want
said
him at
so
130.
bad.
You
You
the
said
reason
so
I said that-
bad.
Let me tell you why. I said so bad. Let me tell you why. I said so bad because when the conversation comes up with Gervonta and Devin, you want Devin to come down to 135.
No,
to
I
fight
don't.
Gervonta.
No, I don't.
It sounds like that.
No, it
Before.
doesn't.
When me and you've had conversations,
no, it
you
doesn't.
said, I've literally heard you say to me, like just like this, Fanon, you literally said, I want
hold on a
Devin
second.
Haney to come down.
Alba. Goodbye.
What he do?
He's complaining. Let me tell you very clearly what I just did
baited
for
me.
fun.
You know,
I told you that you just want to argue.
I don't.
So what I did was when you set something up, you said, what fights do you want to see? I said
Right.
Shakur Stevenson and Devin Haney. That's what I want to see.
Awesome. And then what I say?
Then you said, well, where does you want to see it? 140? I said, nah, 135.
No, I said that's cool. That's what's up. I said, oh, so you want to see Shakur go up to 140?
And then I said no. I said no 135.
And then what did I say?
And then you said, why do you want it so bad?
No, I said, why do you want Devin to go down to 135 so bad?
So bad.
So if I didn't say so bad, I'd have been even
clear. Let me help you. So bad means let me be very clear. In order for you to have the assertion that I want it very badly, I had to have said something that made you think that I really wanted him down to 140. Badly.
Right.
The only time that I have ever said that I wanted him at 135 was against Shakur. And I don't think that I had any real urgency in my voice. So I knew right away why you said so bad. Because you're harboring in your heart an accusation about Gervonta Davis, which you ultimately spilled the beans on, dog. So let me go through every topic that you've said so far today. Okay. Shouldn't the PBC fighter, David Benavidez, go up and wait so he can get this championship shot because he's not getting championship shots there? That harkens back to the conversation we had about it's the same theme as the conversation that we've had about Jaron Ennis moving up to go fight somebody. Somebody, Tim Tszyu or somebody up at 154 where I said no. So you just had a consistent theme. Okay, and I'm reading your consistent theme.
But what's the theme? I'm trying to make
the theme is that you closetly hating on the PBC.
Oh wow!
And you're trying to appear as if you're neutral when you're not. That's why. That's what I'm trying to get at. Just come on out and say what you think, dog. Just come on out. Don't soft pedal me, man. Don't soft pedal me. Don't say that. Don't soft pedal me. Come with the smoke.
Yo, and everything holy, you wilding right now.
I ain't wilding.
All I was trying to do was make fights, bro. I just want to make fights, man. I don't got no problem. What problem do I got with the PBC? I don't think I've ever expressed any issue with the PBC before to anybody. I literally have no issue with the PBC. How can I have beef with the PBC for what? I'm just saying. I'm just saying they got a card coming up in March, right? That I'm hearing about Gervonta potentially fighting maybe a Subriel Matias or a Rayo or whoever he's potentially fighting on March 30th. It was getting close to that time, and I asked you.
Hey, let me tell you. Hey, man,
you know you went too far.
I know you
did.
Let me ask you a question, brother. Have you ever been around like somebody that smoked cigarettes? Like, do you smoke cigarettes? Do you smoke cigarettes?
No, sir. No.
Okay, so I don't smoke cigarettes either.
Right.
Have you ever like had somebody walk by you that wasn't smoking the cigarette, at the time, but they walk by you and you just get that smell of cigarette when they walk by.
Sure, yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm getting out of you intellectually. I'm just getting a little scent of it. So I just want to say, are you what? I think you are smoking that PBC hater bud. That's what I really think, because I just get that slight whiff, but you put some perfume on it. You try to air your jacket out. You try to walk out of that room. Nah, bro. Bro. And see, you gotta.
You're wrong,
see,
though.
I'm real careful with
only
people
I'm
like
gonna
that.
know you're wrong, but you're wrong though. You know
I could be
at this point. You feel it. You are.
I could be.
You trust me. You are.
I could be. I could be. But let's test it. Let's test it.
Okay, fine. Sure.
Let's test it.
What's up? Let's do it.
Whose fault is it? Whose fault is it?
Yeah.
That the Devin Haney and Gervonta Davis fight's not taking place?
Whose fault is it that the Devin Haney and
Gervonta Davis, you got to name one or the other. Whose fault is it?
At this point right now, let me give a good answer. At this point right now, I gotta say Gervonta is the one who can make the fight right now, because he's being offered the fight in multiple different ways. People are trying to get his attention to get the fight, and he's the one right now who's pretty much showing that he's not interested in the fight right now. So I'd have to put it on Gervonta right now for sure. I don't think. Yeah, I'd say they're not fighting right now because Gervonta doesn't want to fight right now. So what's wrong with that? So what did that say?
That whiff of smoke coming up off you.
So
the whiff of that room where they were smoking all that, all of that hater blood.
So the only way out of this accusation.
No, I'm gonna ask. I got another question. I'm just following up.
Okay.
Let me just follow up.
Okay.
Whose fault is it that Jaron Ennis can't fight Terence Crawford?
Whose fault is it? That's a very. I think fault is a big word in this situation, because I would say that Terence Crawford is the one who's saying he doesn't want to fight Jaron. So if they're not fighting right now, it's because Terence Crawford is saying it. Jaron is definitely willing to fight Terence Crawford right now. So I don't want to say it's Terence Crawford's fault, though. I think it's a very deep word, but I would say, yeah, Terence Crawford is the one blocking that fight from happening for sure. I couldn't put it on Jaron. It's not.
And what should Jaron Ennis do?
To fight Terence?
No, what should Jaron Ennis's path be now that Terence Crawford won't fight him?
Well, if his path is one of two things. He either stays at 147 and
what should he be? No. What do you want him to do?
Me personally, I do feel like he probably would find more opportunity at 154 right now. To get the fights. I'd like him to become more active, and I don't want to see him chasing fights around the way he's been doing. It feels like it's very difficult for him to get fights at 147. So yeah, 154 seems like a legitimate option, but I just want to see him fight. So
yeah,
I'm
but
good
what
with him
about
147?
What about waiting for Devin Haney?
Jaron waiting for Devin? I don't agree. You know, the whole waiting thing rhymes with inactivity to me. It bothers me. I don't like waiting. The idea of waiting throws me off a little bit with these fighters. And I've seen a lot of fighters. I've seen Deontay wait. I've seen Errol Spence wait. And I've seen how the inactivity affected them in a negative way. So just that word wait, I'm not really into that. If Devin Haney wants to come up there and fight Jaron, that's what's up. But this year, I want to see an active Jaron Ennis. So I'm looking to see how I can make that happen. So at 154 pounds, it feels like there's a potential to see a more active Jaron Ennis, which is a good thing for a boxing fan, because I want to see him fight. Right. You like it. Go ahead. What's the next question?
Do I like it?
Yeah, you like it. Let's go. What's the next question?
I like what?
You like my response, because you know it's legit. You know I'm giving you a legitimate response.
That's legitimately your opinion, yes. That is legitimately.
But it's not an opinion based on like some kind of ulterior motive.
It's legitimately your opinion. It's legitimately your opinion that Jaron Ennis should move up and wait because Terence Crawford doesn't want to fight him.
No, what are you? Yo, chat, do you see this happening to me? How is that? It has nothing to do with
That's what you said. You would prefer Jaron Ennis not to wait for fights that will not happen.
I I prefer him to wait. That's not what I said, but I'll add on to what you just said.
No, don't add on. I'll let you talk
All right,
for
well,
a
I
minute.
didn't say what you said.
I'll
didn't say
let
what
you
said.
talk for a minute.
Okay, go ahead.
First of
I
all,
didn't say
you
what
blame
said.
Gervonta. You said Gervonta Davis is the reason that is the most likely reason that the Devin Haney fight didn't happen because he was offered the fight. He was never offered a fight. That's not true.
I didn't say that. Okay, go ahead, bro. I didn't say
You did say that.
No, I didn't. Are you going to allow me to say what I
Would
said?
you like me?
So
Would you like me to play the tape for you?
Yes, please. I'll wait. I'm waiting on it. Go ahead. Take your time.
Okay. Can somebody please go to minute number 5 minutes, 5 minutes and 25 seconds ago? Where you clearly said he's the one being offered the fight.
Okay.
So you did that,
yes.
You said he's the one being offered the fight. So you said he was the one being offered the fight. That's not true.
He's not being offered the fight?
No, Devin Haney's never offered him the fight.
I agree with that. I agree that.
So therefore, you put upon Devin Haney, you put on Gervonta Davis the responsibility of being offered something that he was not offered. But you completely ignore the fact that Devin Haney left the weight class. Dropped all his belts and left the weight class. See, to me, I would say the person most responsible for the fight not taking place is the person who actually left the weight class. Okay. Now, on to Gervonta Davis. Jaron Ennis. Jaron Ennis is a world champion.
Okay.
You would prefer that he drop his IBF belt and go fight somebody for no titles than defend his title and wait for an opportunity to unify titles in a weight class that he is currently the champion in.
I actually have a game plan for Gervonta Ennis as far as that title.
Bro, we don't need the game plan because I'm just telling you. Now, look, when I'm looking at this, and it's reading comprehension. When you take the SAT or the ACT, they ask you, when you read a writer, you should be able to tell people what that writer thinks about things that he's never even been asked or he hasn't said anything because you check the tone on the person. When I listened to what you said, Claymore, you asked me, when are we going to get some fights from the PBC? Inherent in that is we don't know of any fights from the PBC. And that is causing inactivity amongst fighters. And that is amongst their fighters. And that's a flaw in the PBC. So that was the first thing that you said.
Right. That's what you're hearing. That's not what I said. That's what you're hearing.
But no, if you ask me, when are we going to hear about these fights? It's already January. Do we know anything about when these fights are going to get made? Now, you said that there. Later on, we're talking about a PBC fighter David Benavidez is another example too. Not only David Benavidez, but also Jaron Ennis. Where because they don't have the fights that they're getting, you want them to leave their weight classes and go fight people presumably on other networks in order to get an opportunity.
Maybe. Yeah.
So it just seems to me that you seem a little bit unsatisfied with three PBC fighters that you brought up with. Now, I do commend you that you didn't blame Terence Crawford for not fighting Jaron Ennis. You didn't blame him, but you gave him the responsibility for it because he's the one that says he doesn't want the fight. So I think that there is a certain degree of fairness to you. But I really do believe that to me, it sounds like you're listening and talking to people that are making certain arguments. And I'm very familiar with the arguments because they make them to me. PBC is ruining fighters' careers because these fighters are so inactive. Jaron Ennis is not even inactive.
Okay.
He is getting fights. Absolutely. And do you know what his next fight is guaranteed to be, Claymore Rain?
Mario?
No, what it's meant to be, guaranteed to be a championship fight.
Because he's a champion.
Because he's the champion. Right. He's guaranteed to get a championship fight next time. So when you say that you want him to fight have a championship fight, but you think he should drop the belt and not take a championship fight to go up and get not a championship fight, I think you kind of start and work from the conclusion that the PBC is not doing what they're supposed to do.
I see where you're going with it. That's not what I was saying. I think there's an argument for that potentially, though, after you breaking out all that.
But I think that's a natural consequence. That's a natural consequence of your line of reasoning.
I mean, somebody could question the PBC, I guess, based off of what I'm saying, but I definitely wasn't doing that.
But they are doing that, though. It's public record. It's out there. They are doing that.
Sure.
They are saying Errol Spence Jr. had to wait around. He's inactive. Had to wait around. Jaron Ennis is inactive, which is not true because Jaron Ennis. The only reason Jaron Ennis only fought one time in 2022 is because of Terence. That's it.
Maybe. Terence
no, it's completely because of him. No, because of him. There's no shared blame because there's no. He turned it down. Terence Crawford turned it down and fought somebody else.
That's what you're saying.
No, that's a fact. He did turn it down.
I don't know that.
You do know that.
Nothing about him turning it down. No, I don't.
You do know that.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
Okay.
Did he fight David Avanesyan?
Right, but I don't think that was.
So therefore, he turned down the Errol Spence fight.
Wasn't that even possibly the other way potentially? I don't know.
No, not at all. Look, but see, now you're giving yourself up. Now you're falling into the.
No, I don't know about.
Now it's nakedly out here in the
not
streets.
Getting a fight. I don't know about Boots Ennis trying to fight Terence and Terence not taking that fight and choosing Avanesyan.
No, I'm sorry. You misunderstand. That. I said the reason that Jaron Ennis did not fight twice that year was because of
Terence.
Terence Crawford.
Okay.
Because Terence Crawford didn't turn the fight down with Errol Spence.
Right. Okay. That's what I thought you were saying.
Since they never had fight dates, he waited until all the way to the end of the year. There was no fight dates for Gervonta Davis either. Gervonta Davis wasn't able to get in. He had to wait until January to get the fight in.
Right.
Because that's what held up. That's what held up the PBC in 2022. In 2022,
I guess. I mean, there's
that's what all the PBC fighters. That's what all the PBC fighters said. That's what all the PBC fighters said.
Right.
They all said that.
Because negotiations. I don't think they blamed it on Terence, but
they all
said maybe they didn't give him the deal. They didn't give him the deal he wanted. So it could be both ways. You know what I mean?
What can be both ways?
That Terence wasn't getting the looks he wanted to get with the PBC. So the PBC might have held it up. Maybe them not wanting to.
No, the PBC didn't hold it up.
Okay.
No, the PBC didn't hold it up. Because the PBC was making the fight, and Terence is the one that pulled out.
Pulled out of negotiations?
Pulled out of negotiations, and he did the fight later in June.
Okay.
In July.
Right.
He said no at the end of last year, and then he moved up. Then he fought David Avanesyan, pulled out of a negotiation that they were in the middle of, and fought David Avanesyan. All of by the time he did that, all the dates for the PBC fights had been used up and taken up by other people.
Right.
So it doesn't seem like that was a PBC problem. That seemed like it was a Terence Crawford problem.
Maybe. But look, right? So at the end of the day, here's my position and what I was trying to do, right? What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to see fights. That's it. I'm not trying to knock the PBC. I have no vested interest.
Are you trying to see what kind of fights you're trying to see?
I'm trying to see. Well, when I started the conversation, I was kind of curious about the David Benavidez situation. As far as I was trying to make a great fight and an opportunity to see David Benavidez be a champion. I didn't take into consideration that Turki Al-Sheikh was trying to get Jai Obatai, the winner of Better Bivol and Jai Obatai to go up to cruiserweight. I didn't put that in perspective. So now I'm left that alone because that makes sense. You asking me about Jerron Ennis? I didn't come up there to share anything about you asking me, so
I know. I'm just messing with you a little
I-
bit, man, because you're
I
being
know
so
you are.
polite and trying to be and slick
That's what I
at the
was gonna
same
say to you.
time, Claymore.
I wanted to say that to you. I really wanted to also say to you that you need to get used to having nice conversations with me, Fanon. We can have good ones. You're so used to us going at it. When I'm trying to come up neutral, you're like, get out of here. Stop playing with me, Claymore. What's the fight going to be about? Like, it's not always going to be that way. I really just wanted your perspective on something outside of Shakur Stevenson, Devin Haney, Gervonta, Tank Davis, because we're going to argue about that.
I gave it to you. I gave it to
I
you.
know, but you try to paint me, though. You try to paint me like a bad guy. Like, you try to do me kind of dirty.
Oh, no, I don't
like,
think you're a bad guy. I think you, I don't think you're a bad guy. I think you want to talk. I think you want to talk very badly.
See,
I think you want to talk very badly.
That's my fault a little bit. I think I've set a bad you know what I mean?
Dog, let me tell you, dog.
What my intentions are. So
man,
it's not always that.
I like having conversations with you. I do.
Yes,
I do.
Sir. But
just say what you think, dog, as directly as you can.
I'm trying.
Because I'm not going to I'm not co-signing on nothing. Okay? If I gotta say some things to get you to tell me what you really think, like the fact that you think that I desperately want Devin Haney drained down to 135.
Right. Well, if you bring it up, if you look, first of all, you set yourself up for me to say that. I don't want to. I'm not the type of person to say you're saying nothing.
Bro,
but if you keep bringing it up to me,
it came from this. It came from just telling you how my mind works. And I'm, hey man, yeah, I may be searching for something, but I'm telling you, I'm looking. When you bring up Jai Opatai and these guys moving up in weight, and how there's this big money fight for Bivol and Beterbiev, the winner of that to move up and fight Jai or David Benavidez, sir. David Benavidez. Can I finish? Can I do it? I just thought what you're trying to do is I thought you're trying to do a multi-tiered argument and walk me to something. Because you originally said, dude, let's talk about Turkey Al-Sheikh and the fights that Turkey Al-Sheikh are making. Sure. And so your first thing was, Sheikh Alice, what do you think about David Benavidez moving up to 175 to fight Obatai? Since he's not getting these big fights that he wants with Canelo Alvarez, which puts us into the conversation of whether or not I would support somebody moving up in weight because they're not able to get certain fights. Okay. See, that to me is a feeder conversation because you like to ask 3-4 different things. I want to ask you about this. Then I want to ask you about this. Then I want to ask you about this. Then I want to get to this. Since I know you're going to have 4 things, I figure there's going to be a theme between all 4 things. And by the time I get to point number 3, I would have said something in point number 1 that you can use for point number 4.
You might be right.
I am damn right. Thank you very much. So please stop being slick with me, Negro.
It's possible. It's possible.
It is absolutely 100% for sure. You're trying to do that shit.
Let me tell you why you might be right? So I'm having
I am right.
And I'm building. Well, no, I don't think so because I'm gonna tell you why you're wrong. First of all,
Negro, I am 100% right. You had a theme. Hold on a second. You had a theme for every phase of your question that you were asking me that was about somebody moving up in weight in order for them to get a fight that they're not able to get as of yet. That was the third argument that you were going to get to, dog. So I'm like, you're not going to walk me through all of these and get me to agree with none of this shit until you actually give me the argument that you want to make. And it really took me about 30 minutes. It took me about 30 minutes to get you around to where I knew you was as soon as you started talking.
Wait, Fanon. Let me tell you, first of all, I'm a humble person. I'll tell you if you're on to something or not, right? And I feel like you're partially on to something, right?
I'm dead on, bro. I know what you were doing, dog.
Let me tell you where you're wrong at, right? You're wrong. First of all, you're wrong at me aiming at the PBC. That's not what I was doing.
I'm going to tell you exactly what you were on.
What Wait.
I'm going to
Let me
tell you exactly what you're on
how you gonna,
because the subject matter
I wasn't
is,
aiming at the PBC.
bro, let's stop this, okay?
I was trying to make great
Let me
fights.
tell
Is what I
you,
was trying to do.
let me
I
tell
was
you,
trying
brother.
to entertain the conversation of good fights
Let me tell you,
happening
brother.
and fighters considering.
Excuse me, sir.
That's all I was
Excuse
doing.
me, sir.
I don't know about all that stuff.
I know about it because our original conversation this entire time has been about Gervonta Davis moving up or Devin Haney moving down. So, and whether the championship,
Wait,
whether
repeat
there's
that?
who's,
Say that again?
excuse me, let me finish, brother. Let me
Okay, I didn't
finish.
hear it right.
Okay. That's what the whole conversation is, dog. You can walk me all around the block, go all over the place, dog. I'm sitting in the middle of that conversation. I know it's coming back to this conversation. So you're trying to set up your argument. Okay? You're trying to set, that's why when I said, I got you, when I have to admit, I lied when I answered that question. When you said, well, where do you want it? And I said 135. And you said, why do you want that so bad? See, when that bit of emotion came out of you, that was pent up. Because it was in the back of your mind the whole time and it flew out your mouth a little faster than you wanted it to. Why do you want it so bad?
Well,
how would you say that I want it so bad if you're not talking about something I said before?
Well, the reason I said you want it so bad is I feel like you went into a topic that I wasn't. It seems like you were searching for a way to bring it back to
no, sir.
Devin Haney.
I was not
when
searching
I wasn't
for anything.
talking about Devin.
I jumped.
I was talking about Devin.
No, let me tell you what I did. You're trying to cross-examine me with a bunch of open-ended questions.
I'm trying to get your opinion.
You're trying to you're examining me. That's when you ask a question. You're examining me. You're trying to get my thoughts with open-ended questions that are going to inevitably get to the original point. I'm on trial for murder. You're not asking me these questions about what I thought about my girlfriend because you really care that whether or not we were friendly with each other. And what did I enjoy? Did you enjoy the dinner you were out with her? What was your mood? What was your mood? Would you say that you were happy? Would you say you were sad? All that shit is going to come around to you, prosecutor, trying to convict me of murdering her.
I mean, if you look at it like that, I hear
it is how I look at it. And I'm going to always look at it like that way because you're trying to get a win and you're not going to get a win. You can draw your pictures. You can figure out, well, this is what Fanon does. Fanon sets you up. He sets traps. So let me set this 4-part trap up for him. It's not going to happen. Number one, I knocked the first one off because Joe Apatoya is way the fuck up there at cruiserweight, so we can stop that right now. Number two, even if those guys were at 100 and all at 175, hell no, he shouldn't do it because there ain't no money in them fights compared to the weight class that he currently is in. All I did is just get rid of the discussion without getting into that. Right. But the theme was staying active, fighting for championships.
Yes.
And the person that is not getting the fights moving up in weight. Is it reasonable to move up in weight? Isn't that the word you used last time we debate? You started introducing the idea of reasonableness. And when I was talking to you, you were actually taking notes. I remember you taking notes.
I did.
Okay, so brother, let me tell you, I'm the teacher. Don't try to pull it with me.
I ain't trying to pull it with you.
Go pull it with somebody else, dog.
I was actually gonna tell you. I did take notes, and I've been working on some things, right? But I didn't come up here to argue with you.
Dude, I know what you're working on. I know the class.
What I'm working on.
Let me tell you something, dog. Let me tell you. You ever seen an NBA player? You ever seen an NBA player play a high school player?
Oh yeah.
When that NBA player, you try to pull the crossover on that NBA player, that hand is right there. And you dribble your shit right into his hand. He picks the shit up, runs right down the layup.
You don't work here?
Because he knows exactly what you're going to do before you do it.
I hear you.
Just let you know it's not an accident, dog, but keep working hard at it.
I'm happy that you got your guards up with me. It makes me feel like, you know what I mean?
Dog, my guard. It ain't even a guard. It's just me. I am inviting everybody to a debate. I am inviting you to debate me. When you get up on here, I'm not going to act like it's a friendly conversation. When you talk to a policeman, you're not supposed to be talking to that policeman like you're a friend because it is, you have the right to remain silent. Hey, man, you my guy. Yeah, we all buddy here. You want a cigarette? Don't worry. I don't want to rush you. Yeah, you know, don't worry about it. I just something I got to tell
That's what's up.
You got the right to remain silent, and everything that you can, everything you say can and will be held against you in the court of law. But don't worry about it, because if you're innocent, it will never get there. Hey, man, Fanon, I just got a question for you. That's your favorite tactic. That's here for boxing's favorite tactic. That is King's favorite tactic. That is the passive aggressive. Let me put you on the defensive. Hey, give me the ball first. Give me the ball. Let me make you go where I want you to go. And sometimes I'll answer the question. Sometimes I'll say, no, I don't want to answer your question.
Yeah, Vernon.
Yeah. I like the admission in the tone. I like that admission in the tone.
But
don't worry.
It's not admission. I mean, what I'm doing is I'm acknowledging the way you thought about it. Like I do acknowledge the way you thought about it, but honestly, I didn't think about it that way. So why is it why I say that? Because I really came up to just build with you on some ideas I had about making some great fights.
I got you.
But you're right though. I was building on the theme though
of course you were
potentially moving around, but not in the sense of hating on the PBC or
trying
to.
If I had said,
you added to it,
if I had said,
but yeah,
if I had said, I think David Benavidez should move up to fight Joe Apataya because the undisputed fight is going too long. Then you're going to tell me, oh, well, people should be moving up. If I said, Jaron Ennis should, I agree, Jaron should move up to go fight somebody we don't even know and not stay in that weight class where all the money is. Then that would make it that much easier to say, yes, I think Gervonta Davis should move up in weight to fight Devin Haney because, hey, that's where the fight can get made. And Devin Haney was offered him the fight, which is what you said. Devin, he's the one being offered the fight, even though he was not offered the fight.
But for now, right? I just want to say this. Clearly, I already feel like it's okay for Gervonta to go up to 140. But I'm also okay with him not going to 140. If he doesn't want to go to 140, I don't want to force him to. So I'm not trying to prove that no more, try to convince you of that. You already made it clear how you feel about that. So I'm not interested in changing.
How do I feel about that?
That you don't care. You don't think Gervonta should do anything he doesn't want to do. If he wants to go 140, you're cool with that. But if he doesn't want to, he's well within his right not to. And I'm okay with that. I'm actually in agreement with you that and don't feel like changing your mind on that or attacking the way you're thinking about that at all. I mean, honestly, I wish I had a lie detector thing I could hook up to. That's how I feel about it, right?
I don't believe lie detectors.
All right. Well, I mean, I'm not trying to convince you that. I don't care to convince you.
All you got to do is believe your lie well enough, and that shit ain't going off.
I guess I believe my lie. So, but what I wanted to do was make great fights, man. That's what I want to do. I want to see activity from the fighters I want to see them from, and I'm trying to make great fights. And if I feel like a fighter's at a weight class where I feel like it's too difficult for him to make great fights, I'm trying to figure a way to make good fights. I'm keeping 100. So,
hey man, how's your YouTube channel going, man?
It's going all right, man. You know, I'm learning how to do this talking thing. The truth be told, I got a little bit like stage fright a little bit. Like when that camera gets on me, I get real nervous. So I'm trying to get past that. You just playing with me right now? You trying to get my real opinion?
No, see? I'm telling you, I'm telling you right now. I know why you doing what you doing. Okay.
So you saw something on my channel that was saying something?
Oh no, man. You out here trying to catch a body. I understand.
I mean, I guess. To a degree, I guess. I don't think
you trying to get the skills right.
Build.
Yeah, you try. I understand it, dog. But let me tell you what you need to go do.
You trying to do.
You need to better call Tyrone.
Yo, another
because nigga, you can't use my phone. You ain't beating me, dog.
You said you was gonna call me and help me out with things you ain't never called me.
I am helping you out. I'm giving you the game.
No, you said you was gonna call me. You got my phone number and you said you was gonna help me. You gonna build.
I am helping you. You're talking to me for a half an hour in front of 500 people. 3,000 people are going to see this. How am I not helping you? Didn't I just mention your channel? Didn't I mention? First of all, I don't have to call you to help you. I can tell you, hey, man, come on up, chop it up with me. I can slap you around a little bit with these debates, but somebody out there agreed with you somewhere. So you'll be good. People.
You got my phone number. You was like, put the number in the thing I gave to you. You said you was gonna help me with some things.
I am talking to you right now. I will actually. Do you have any questions? I would say don't spend much money in your production because it's not worth it. Make sure that you're being, and I don't want to give game away for free because you know how it goes. People wind up trying to jump up on here and try to beat you by being slick with 4-point arguments. Like I don't know where you going. Okay? Like I don't know where you going and what you're trying to do.
I'm gonna get it one way or another for now.
Let me tell you, dog. I do believe you're going to get it one way or the other, dog. As long as it ain't no win over me, because I know what the game is, bro. You're trying to get that win. You're trying to get that win.
Okay, but you have a show where everybody is coming up to debate you, right? So everybody.
No, not everybody. You, not everybody.
Oh, nah,
you.
Just me. Oh,
no,
God.
There are people that come up here not to debate me. I think some
you.
people come up here not to debate me. Some people come up to share their opinion. Dean doesn't come here to debate me.
Right.
Upper Echelon doesn't come here to debate me. You come to debate me. Ray Davis comes to debate me. But at least you show up.
Hey, man.
At least you ain't hiding out on your channel doing dumb shit, saying dumb shit because you know damn well they not winning, bro. Okay? Because seriously, here's the thing. If Devin Haney, Gervonta Davis does not need Devin Haney for squat because Devin Haney is not a proven market draw, and he's not even in the weight class.
Right.
Let me just come around to like the raw truth of it.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
Canelo
look,
out, David Benavidez in all these scenarios. These guys are prize fighters. They're fighting for prizes.
Mm-hmm.
Gervonta Davis does not have to, nor should he, in my opinion, move up to 140 pounds to go fight somebody that is not going to give him significant reward for the additional risk that he's taken. Okay. If anybody should take additional risk to get that fight, the person that should be taking the additional risk is the person that's not bringing the reward. If I've got the reward, you got to bring the risk. If I'm bringing the reward, you've got to take the risk.
Right.
Isn't that fair?
I feel about that. Here's how I feel about it. If they want to fight, they should fight. In the case of Gervonta Davis,
he's bringing the reward. Him. Devin is just bringing risk. That's it.
Okay.
From every objective measure we can see, only thing Devin is offering Gervonta Davis is extra risk at a lower paycheck.
What's the risk?
The risk is he's fighting a guy out of his weight division that weighs 170 pounds when he walks in the ring.
Okay.
That is a risk when you are that much smaller than somebody. You may walk in there and risk the fact that, hold on, man, this guy's a lot bigger than I thought he was. Wow, he's taking these punches better than I thought he was, because that's what people do with risk.
Okay.
That's what people do with weight. So Devin says, I'm at 135. I'm making a touch. Gervonta's, I'm at 135. I know that I can get a $5 million gate. I can do 300,000 pay-per-views. I can do this for 5-6 fights. I can do this for the rest of my career right here.
Right.
If you want me to take the risk, guess what, man? You gotta the risk fighting you. Where's my reward? There is no reward. Because he's not a big draw.
Well,
it's not more money.
Well, here's my opinion on that, right? Since we're talking
is your
about
opinion? Your opinion is
I'm
one.
give you my opinion. Yeah,
I'm not asking for your opinion. I'm asking you for what specifically bringing.
Well, I think beauty's in the eye of the beholder, and I think that
what reward is he bringing?
It could be legacy for Gervonta. Maybe Gervonta.
What legacy? Check him off. Gervonta Davis is not interested in that. Gervonta said he doesn't care about the belts. Gervonta Davis wants to make money. That's Gervonta Davis's only interest. I want to make money. He's been very, very clear about it.
Why did Gervonta Davis mention his bucket list?
Don't change subjects.
No, I'm saying that I'm trying to prove
what
there's other things other than money.
What is the reward?
Listen, I'm trying to show you. I'm telling you that Gervonta Tank Davis has a bucket list. Not everything is about money. A lot of things are about money, but this one thing might be I want to bust your tail. I want to knock you down and shut up all the talk about between me and you. And that is also a motivational thing. The question is, how much of a motivational thing is it for Gervonta to concede in any kind of way?
Dude, you're asking me more questions.
Now, I'm not asking you a question.
Yes, you are. You said the question is, I asked you what the reward is specifically, and he never said he had a bucket list.
Really? So he didn't say. So he didn't say he wanted that he had a list of people he wanted to.
I have a bucket list. Let me tell you, sir.
Okay, maybe he didn't.
You
use
are
the
doing
word,
this.
and I'm not sure if
What
he
you're,
didn't use the word.
what
Are you
you're
saying
doing,
we're not
Claymore
aware?
Wayne, is you're not asking
Come on.
you're not answering the question. Is
I
what
am
you're doing.
answering the question. I'm giving you a reason why he would want
I'm
to
not
fight
asking
Devin
you. I
outside
said,
of
what
money.
is it? What is the reward?
I'm telling you. You know, I'm telling you. I'm telling you what the reward is. I'm saying that it might not be money. It might be a personal thing for
Sir,
him
that
to
look,
get done.
you did not ask, you did not tell me there what the reward was. What you said what the reward might not be. I
Yeah,
said, what's the reward? Hold on a
is.
second, Claymore.
Okay.
I said, what's the reward? You said, I'm telling you what the reward. The reward might not be. Reward might not be is not naming an award.
Okay, let me get right to it. My bad. You're right. You're right. I'm going to agree with you. I shouldn't have said that. The reward.
Just tell me what the reward is.
The reward might be self-fulfillment. To know that I'm beating a legacy fighter, a fighter that is in my era as supposedly somebody who's on my level, and showing them that he's not on my level, that I'm the top dog out here at this era. That could be the reward.
Okay, can I have a tangible reward, please?
Oh my God! So for you, the reward is only.
That's not a reward, bro. A good feeling? You kidding me? Well, hey,
so
how much am I going to pay you? Hold on, man. I want to pay. I'm going to give you. I need you to do this work for me.
Right.
I need you to mow my lawn. I need you to mow my lawn, cut my hedges. I want you to do all of that. And you're just going to get a good feeling.
No,
that you accomplished
paid
something
for it. Obviously, he's going to get paid for it. He's going to make some money, and they're going to negotiate.
Bro,
let's
stop. There is no tangible reward. There is no tangible reward specifically to him. He can get that same feeling fighting anybody else. He could fight Shakur Stevenson and get that reward. He can get that against Lomachenko. He can get that against Ryan Garcia. He can get that against whatever. That is not a tangible reward.
They haven't been talking crap about.
Then why not? Then why, if he's gonna do it just for that shit, he might as well fight Canelo, huh? So I guess he should fight Canelo. Canelo Alvarez can give him that reward. Canelo can give him that reward. Canelo can give him that reward.
No, you're reaching. That's all.
No, you're reaching.
The guy. No, I'm not. I'm telling the truth. If
no, that's not. You're reaching.
And I want to fight him because
that's
he's talking
not
about me.
I
can't get that feeling. That feeling from fighting somebody else. That is not a reward. Why not?
The feel good. He can get that feeling with anybody. That's no difference between him, between Devin Haney and anybody else. What reward is he going to get for fighting Devin Haney specifically? And something tangible like money, money, fame. Money, fame. Money and fame. Those. Money and fame.
So you want me to pick out of those two things?
I want you to give me a tangible benefit.
Listen, he's not going to fight for free, Fanon. So I don't need to talk about his money. I don't care about his money.
So what is the risk that Devin? So what's the risk?
That he gonna get his ass beat. That's the risk. It's a fight.
So guess what he can do? He can get both that risk and that reward at 135. So that's not a good reason to go to 135.
140.
He can get the thrill of whooping Devin's ass at 135, and he can get the same money at 135. Why would he take the risk of going to 140?
Because
excuse me, sir. I gave you an opportunity, Claymore. I gave you an opportunity. You said the risk, and I'll accept that you say that's a reward. The reward of whooping his ass and the reward of the money. Since he can get both the reward of whooping his ass and the money, he can do both of those. He can do one of those, each one of those at 135 pounds.
Not if Devin don't fight him at 135, he can't.
So I guess he'll have to go to his second best option, in which he'll get the same thing.
I mean,
the same money and the same reward. The same money and the same reward.
Maybe the same money, but not the same reward.
Same money, same reward. Your reward was that he gets to whoop somebody that people said that thought he was better than him.
No, he gets
Shakur Stevenson thinks he's better.
Excuse me.
Shakur Stevenson thinks he's better than him. And Shakur Stevenson was on that bucket list. Yeah, Lomachenko gets him money, and Lomachenko was on that bucket list. Since there's more than one person on that bucket list, then Devin's nothing special about Devin. So there's no reason for him to take the exceptional risk of going to 140 because there's no extra reward and there's nothing but risk. That's it.
I think you're
Because I gave you an opportunity to name the reward. You couldn't name it. So you said the feeling of somebody thinking you will lose a fight. Shakur Stevenson gets the exact Shakur Stevenson gives him the exact same thing. Lomachenko gives him the exact same thing.
You're sleeping on the potential value of somebody wanting to fight somebody specifically for their own personal specific reasons.
So you say it's because Devin. So you thinking Gervonta Davis? So you don't know is the answer about what the reward is in it.
What I'm saying, what the reward may be, I don't know yet. If he doesn't,
you don't know. Okay, so
wait, hold on. Let me.
So I like since you said you don't know. Since you don't know what the reward is, why in the world would he do it? Like I can tell you right away what the reward is. I can tell you right away what the reward is with of Gervonta Davis fighting Canelo Alvarez at 168 pounds. I can tell you the reward easily.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is crystal clear what the reward is.
No, but you're not letting me finish my thought, right? So
I can tell you the crystal clear what that reward is.
Okay, that's cool. I didn't say you couldn't. Maybe I'm having a hard time saying it clear to you. I don't know, but maybe if I finish, you'll get it. Here's what I'm saying, right?
Objectively, it should be like this. I should be able to say something concrete like he gets more money. He gets more money.
Okay.
He will earn a title at a belt.
Okay.
Because there are rewards that he'll get.
Right.
But the question is not the question is not will he get rewards? It's is the reward worth the risk?
Right.
And if I can name the same reward without taking any of the risk, then it's not worth it. Is it?
Okay, now can I tap in?
Is that a question? Is that an answer?
I'm asking you if I can tap in.
You're going to ask.
Get to my answer. I'm going to give an answer. Yes.
Let me say this again, since I set this up.
All right.
Gervonta Davis fights at 135.
Yes.
It is a risk for him to go to a weight class that he does not fight in. An additional risk. If he is going to take an additional risk, he needs additional reward.
I agree.
Which means it has to be something that he's not going to get at 135.
I agree.
And you've not given me one.
All right. As far as money is concerned, we understand who the investors are who are trying to get this fight put together. So we know it's very reasonable for them to make him an offer monetarily that will make sense and be bigger than what he would get fighting anybody else at 135.
I don't believe
that's very possible. I mean,
no, we don't
believe.
We don't know. Look, watch this. No, we know that it is very. I know that it's snowing in my bedroom is very possible.
Yeah. Okay.
Gervonta Davis just did $125 million fight in his very last fight.
You talking
Gervonta Davis sells out stadiums and is making, according to his management team, has been making over 8 figures for every fight for several years now.
Okay.
He doesn't have money problems.
I didn't say he had money problems.
He can make big money against anybody he fights.
Yeah, but he can make more money. First of all, listen. Number one, we're not going to act like the people in the Saudi don't have the ability to offer him something very lucrative that would be a good reward for him to fight Devin Haney. Let's not act like that. That's ridiculous to say that. Number one. Number two.
I didn't say that. I'm not acting like it's
you
ridiculous.
Said no, because when I said
what I'm telling you is
money, make it worth his while. You said no, they can't.
Excuse me. On that point, I'm not saying it's ridiculous. I'm saying anything is possible. It's also not ridiculous. It's also not ridiculous to say that Gervonta Davis could do the same thing with another fighter in Saudi without Devin.
Sure, that's fine. Right?
Couldn't he? Couldn't Gervonta Davis just as well say, "Hey, Sheikh, I don't want to fight Devin over there. If you want me to come over there, I want to fight Rolly Romero 2 over there."
Right, and it's also reasonable that the Sheikh could be like, "I don't care about that fight. This is the fight I want. If you want to,
I don't think that's reasonable.
Okay, all right.
So you're giving me a potential benefit. You're giving me a potential benefit. So you
what I'm
think that
saying-
they're going to make more money with Devin Haney?
I think it's
What's
very
your proof?
realistic that he'll make
What's
more
your
money.
proof? What's your proof that it's more likely than not? Let's lift the
What's your proof
standard a
that?
little bit.
What's your proof the other way? Why do I gotta prove it? You prove
Oh,
it.
I'll
That's
prove it
wrong.
because they've never
ahead.
paid. Because I'll prove it. I'll tell you why it's not more likely.
Why?
Because Devin Haney has never been, because they have never put on a Devin Haney fight yet. The Sheik did not make an offer. Didn't. He said, I would like to have them fight in the future. He did not. That tells you that he did not make an offer as of yet. So I will say that it's unreasonable to assume that, because I know and you know for certain that that offer has not been made. And if that man was that interested in it, that man could have been made that offer, but he didn't. He only talked about that offer in an interview where he was asked about it.
Okay.
What I think is unreasonable is that you think that somebody would just put that they would hedge their career upon just an interview that was given on DAZN about a DAZN fighter. And Gervonta Davis said very clearly that he said, okay, if you're serious, send me 2 Ferraris.
Right.
We'll see if the Ferraris show up. If the Ferraris don't show up, out goes the reasonableness of that, correct?
Right. No, here. No, that's
But
not correct.
But hold on,
100%.
and I'm going to let you
Now
go
we're
for a
going to
while.
debate.
I'm going to let you go for a while. I'm not going to get into,
Okay.
let me tell you what I'm going to do and what I'm not going to do. I'm not going to argue theoreticals about whether a Saudi billionaire could jump out and play Alibaba. Could play, hold on. We know, what do you call it? Sinbad, the genie? A fact is not, I can rub a magic lantern and somebody can pop out with $1 billion. That could happen, but no, we're not going to do that. When that man makes an offer to him, then that becomes real. What is real is Gervonta Davis really has a network called Amazon Prime. Really has that.
Okay.
He really has that network that really pays him money. PBC really has money. We're not going to put a maybe I can rub a magic lantern and it'll pop out maybe along with somebody that is already made, generated 1.25 million on the platform that they're on right now. Those are not equal equivalents. You cannot say, well, what should I do? In order to get the money, I need to leave the guys that I'm already making 10-figure, 8-figure paydays, and have gotten me to do 2.5 million pay-per-views. Mm-hmm. And then I'm going to say, oh, no, well, it's just as reasonable as I can make money over there with a guy that said, yeah, I'd love to talk to you.
Right.
Go ahead.
All right. So, number one, let's talk about the things that we do know, right? The things that we do know is that when we're talking about the Saudis, we're talking about people who have very deep pockets and who have shown by other fights they put on and how much they've paid to make those fights, have shown their willingness to spare no expense to make the fights that they want to see. We know that based on what we've seen them do so far.
That's an exaggeration.
Right. Well, I mean,
that's an exaggeration.
I'm not done. So at the end of the day, we know that they
we don't.
Shown that I do. I know that they've shown me that what they're willing to do to make a fight that they want to see happen. Number one. Number two, we also understand that nobody on Gervonta Tank Davis' side has yet shown us yet that they've ran over there to see what the potential opportunities are over there on a monetary level to make this fight happen, right? Now, keeping in mind, of course, I don't care if the fight happens, right? But when we act like the whole idea of him entertaining and seeing, looking into what the opportunity may be is not worth his time because they're not sending him 2 Ferraris or because or whatever his dumb reasons are. No, that's not why. What's happening is A, B side, BS conversations that get in the way of good fights happening. That's what's happening right now. All right. So at the end of the day, Gervonta Tank Davis needs to be compensated in a way that makes sense to him. I have no issues with that. I'm sure anybody who's doing business, including the Saudis, understand the idea of that, right? They're not going to make an offer on an interview or on Twitter or on some other nonsense to send to him that's going to confirm or not confirm what they're willing to offer him. What they've said is clear. The Sheik said, I'm putting a message out directly to Al Haney. what I'm interested in doing, and I'm saying he needs to reach out to me because I want to make a deal. If Al Heyman doesn't check on that, that's on Al Heyman. But he's made his intention clear about wanting to make the fight, and they understand that it's going to cost to make the fight, and they want to negotiate and make it make sense. And until Gervonta goes over there or Al goes over there and confirms, yeah, we checked that out, that's not worth our time, or the other way around, we're just assuming, both me and you, as to how lucrative or not lucrative it'll be for Gervonta Tank Davis to fight in Saudi Arabia. That's a fact. So everything is held up. Me and you are both assuming and shooting into the dark about why this could happen and not happen. And the reality is, hindsight is always 20/20. So if we're looking and we see Gervonta Tank Davis and Devin Haney fighting, then hindsight will show that, yeah, the only thing that was holding up this fight was Gervonta Tank Davis's team reaching out to confirm if there was a deal or not. We'll see. Time will tell that story. But
okay, you
that
got like
reward
5 more
risk thing-
seconds, bro.
I'm done. You can go now.
Okay, so let me start. Let me just put all that shit to rest. Number one,
Sure.
you do not know that they are willing to spare no expense. You don't know that. You are, because you like, I like how you use the word I'm assuming. No, I'm not assuming, you are.
Yeah, I said I'm assuming.
All the assumptions being here are you, not me.
All right.
Because you don't know that they're willing to spare no expense. Tell me how much, what was the purse for, how much was the purse for Deontay Wilder against Otto Wallin?
I don't know.
Since you don't know, you don't know.
Against Joseph Parker. But I do know that Francis Ngannou.
Excuse me, sir. I'm not, let you go the entire time.
Okay. I mean, you asked the question.
You do not know. So just answer the question. Don't give me 15 more questions and tell me other things you don't know. Okay. Deontay Wilder, you do not know how much money he was paid. So you don't know what the expense is. So you don't know whether or not they were willing to spare no expense because you don't know what the expenses are. So let's get the hyperbole out of the way. You do not know that. That's an assumption you're making. Okay. I am not making an assumption when I say that I know Gervonta Davis is making a lot of money and the PBC is willing to pay him a lot of money because they've done it multiple times. That's not an assumption. If we're going to get rid of assumptions, we have to get rid of the entire Saudi Arabian conversation because all of that's an assumption. You're assuming that they are going to pay him a lot of money for that fight. You're assuming that they're only going to pay, that they're only willing to pay for a Devin Haney fight to get Gervonta Davis.
I didn't assume that.
No, you're assuming it. Because you're saying that it is, again, let's go back to the original argument. Is it a benefit or a reward that Gervonta Davis can't get without Devin Haney? So if you bring up the Saudi Arabian being willing to pay for that, in order for that to be a benefit, the Saudi Arabians have to only be willing to pay for Gervonta to fight Devin. Otherwise, Gervonta can go to Saudi Arabia and fight anybody he wants, which means it is not a reward specifically for Devin Haney. It is a reward he can have for anybody. That's not an assumption. That's stone cold logic. Stone cold logic. I am not assuming that the PBC has a deal that has made Gervonta Davis a lot of money. I'm not assuming that they have not been able to put on these sellout events where this man has broken records or at least got into the top 5 of all or the top 10 of the highest grossing gates in history. I'm not assuming that they have brought him the entire time, his whole career, to where he is. I'm also not assuming that to ask him to go to Saudi Arabia is asking him to leave that. To leave that for something that is your assumption. You don't know how much money they pay in fights in there. You don't. You don't know if they're willing to pay for Gervonta and only Gervonta and Devin. They've never even paid for a Devin fight yet. Every other promotional company has said that they want to sign Gervonta Davis. Bob Arum would sign Gervonta Davis in a second. Eddie Hearn said he would sign Gervonta Davis in a second. Sheikh over there, Turkey said he wants Gervonta Davis. Everybody wants Gervonta Davis. Not everybody wants Devin. I don't know what he is. Prince, whatever. Is a Saudi, please. I don't know what he is. Turkey. I don't want Turkey. So you're making the assumption, sir, not me. And there is something called a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Let me repeat. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. It is much safer for you to go with the people that are making you money consistently versus taking the risk in dealing with some big promise being made by somebody else. So that is an additional risk that Gervonta Davis has to take. It's just not a reward. It's also a risk. Gervonta Davis has to risk that he would isolate himself from his own fan base that are out there going to his fights in the United States, wherever he goes. He has a fan base, an established fan base that he would be leaving to go take and fight in front of a room full of people in Saudi Arabia. What happens if he can't come back? What happens if he loses their attention, just like Canelo Alvarez lost the attention of a lot of fans? See, you say that is not, those are assumptions and risks and assumptions on Saudi Arabia. PBC, that is not a risk for him. That's not an assumption for him. So goodbye with that argument that I'm making assumptions. You're making the assumptions. Now, would you like to make and have an argument where you don't make any assumptions and I don't make any assumptions? Are you there, frequent flyer? I mean, are you there, Claymore Rain?
Hello? Mic
Yep.
check. All right.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I think
I got
at
a
the end,
Guan been sitting here for a minute. But what's up?
I think
So
there's
we
a
do
lot
like
of I think there's a lot of questions that can only be answered once the opportunity that that His Excellency is making is looked into to see if it's
well,
worthwhile
let's
for
talk.
anybody.
Let's
Let me
not
finish.
talk about
Let me
assumptions.
just
If
let me
there are
just go to my
assumptions,
next part.
hold on a second, because
I'm
that's
about
why I
to go
asked you that
into it.
question. I said,
Okay.
can we talk about it without assumptions? Let's
No.
take everything that is an assumption off the table, because there's a lot of questions to be answered over there in Saudi Arabia. So take Saudi Arabia off the table. Take it completely off the table.
All right,
Since
but
we
if
don't know.
if we're talking about Gervonta Tank Davis fighting Devin Haney in Saudi Arabia or taking advantage of whatever opportunity they're offering him over there, then we have to keep them in the conversation.
No, because that's not the conversation.
Okay.
That's not the
Wait, hold on.
conversation.
But you also, let me just say what assumption you're
Claymore,
making.
we're not, no, because we're not
what's the
talking
conversation?
about that. We're
what's the
not
conversation?
talking about that. We're
talking about?
talking about specifically what are the rewards that Gervonta Davis is going to get for moving to 140 that is going to make it worth the risk.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. The answer to that question is we don't know what the rewards are right now.
So then he shouldn't do it because we don't know any rewards.
I didn't say for him to do it. I said for him to check it out. You're saying he shouldn't check it out because he doesn't know what the rewards are.
Dog, do you know?
I didn't say do it. I didn't tell him to do it.
Do you know if any rewards that Gervonta Davis is going to get at 140 pounds that he can't get at 135?
Not yet. No, I don't.
Well, there you go. That's the end of the question. No need to do it.
That's an easy answer.
So let me ask you a question.
So no need to check it out because he don't know?
Let me go to the other side of that. I'm going to go to the other side of it because that took a long time for you to admit that. You don't know of it.
Admit what? What is there to admit?
So let me move on to the next question. Are there any rewards that Devin Haney's going to get by fighting Gervonta Davis at 135 that he won't get at 140 to pay for the risk that he takes of fighting at 135? We know the answer to that one.
Yeah, you say he can make money, but it might not be enough money because he's already asked for a certain amount of money to fight at 135.
It's not just that. I'll ask me the question.
All right.
You're answering the question for me.
You already said it. So ask
no, I didn't. I said I know that there are. I didn't answer the question.
So
I said I know there are, and it's not just money.
Oh, what is it outside of money?
It's fanfare. He gets to get on the biggest stage of his career. that he will never get on anywhere in
and
boxing without
potentially get a
Gervonta.
beat down because he has no energy and he's depleted.
Exactly.
Yeah,
but we are not talking about the risk right now. We're talking about the reward. We can get to the risk. The reward is that he gets on the biggest stage of his career easily. That he actually has an opportunity to really become the face of boxing. Not just the money, but the recognition that comes. Like when Floyd Mayweather Jr. did whatever he needed to do to get Oscar De La Hoya in the ring. And he didn't argue about anything. He said, I will take anything that you give me. Anything. It's the same thing that Ryan Garcia did with Gervonta Davis. Whatever you offer, I'm taking. Why? Because I get on that stage. I get the opportunity to be who I think I am. I'm going to be the biggest fight in all of boxing because the biggest name fighter in all of boxing that I could possibly fight is fighting me. That's the reward for Devin. And it's a huge reward outside of the money. So is that worth the risk? You're not giving me any reward for Gervonta doing it. But I'm giving you a huge reward for Devin doing it.
I don't believe Devin sees that reward the way you see it.
Do
Sorry.
you see it?
No.
Now you're
I
not
definitely
being
don't.
honest.
I'm being honest, and I can tell you why I'm saying what I'm saying. If you're going to let me finish, I'll tell you. Because I definitely don't believe it's
You're
worth
not
the
going to
risk.
answer that question. You're going to talk around in circles, but go ahead.
All right. Oh, and I'll say it quick. I won't even make it long. At the end of the day, if he doesn't feel he can compete and on that level, it's not a reward for him because he's not trying to just go ahead and get fame for nothing. He wants to actually win. He wants to compete. And if he doesn't feel like he can do that, it's not worth it for him.
You're changing. Like I said, you're going to change the subject.
Oh, yeah, that's what I did. Change it.
You did, because the question was, is that not a reward for winning?
No,
Isn't that
that's
a
not what you
reward
said.
for winning? Isn't that a reward?
Yes, that is a reward.
So
for
then
winning
don't
if
say
he
you
wins.
don't see the reward.
But he doesn't think he can
reward.
win. He has to think
You're
he
saying
can
it's
win to
not
do it.
worth, excuse me. You're saying it's not worth the risk.
Right.
So you're over on the risk side, not the reward side. You're on the risk side, and we're talking about the reward. If I play the lottery and I go and spend $100 and put the $100 on lottery tickets, I know what my risk is. I'm going to lose $100, and more than likely I am. But what's my reward? I may become a billionaire. The reward is the billion, regardless of the reward is the billion. So Gervonta has almost nothing to gain and a lot to lose by going to 140. But Devin has a lot to gain and some things to lose by going to 135. It seems like if anybody has the imperative to go there, it's Devin, not Gervonta. That's why and let me be very clear here. That's why it happens all the time in boxing that people do exactly that. That is why Floyd Mayweather Jr. did not haggle back and forth with Oscar De La Hoya about whether the fight was at 135 or whether the fight was going to be at 154. Because he knew full well that, yes, it's a big risk to get in there with Oscar De La Hoya walking in the ring at about 170 pounds. But if I beat him, I become the biggest name in boxing. I'm on that big stage. So he took the risk because the reward was there for him. He would not do that, say, right now for Terence Crawford. Terence Crawford, he will not come back down to 100 and he will not come back to boxing for $30 million to fight Terence Crawford because the risk is not the reward for him. Gervonta has no good reason to do that with Devin, nor does any major draw that is in a weight class being called out by somebody that is bigger than them and unwilling to move down to fight them. Claymore Rain, I pronounce myself very easily the winner of this debate that I had to get you pushed into. But thank you for your time and your energy. You know I'm right.
Bah humbug.
Yeah.
You're
I'm
not
right.
You're
I'm
not
dead right. Give me an example of somebody that did something different than that.
Errol Spence negotiated with Terence Crawford and conceded everything to fight
Errol
him.
Spence Jr. did not move down in weight to fight him.
All right, but he conceded in his
He
money.
did not move up. He did not move up in
A
weight
concession
to
is a
fight.
concession.
So no, it's not a concession. I asked you to name me a big A-side fighter that moved up in weight to fight somebody that did not bring additional value to him just to get the fight.
All right, but
That is not Errol
I'm not
Spence.
saying
Number
that.
one,
For non,
Errol
I am not
Spence
saying
Jr.
that though. So you're
I
trying to
didn't
put that
say-
on me. I'm not saying
I
that.
didn't say you said it, but that's what it
Okay.
is. If Gervonta
Well,
Davis moves up from 135 pounds to 140 pounds, where he's not getting any more money that we know of, because we both said that. I'm not. Who has done it? Just give me somebody that did it.
Listen, I don't need to give you somebody who did it because I don't agree. I'm not trying to
can't.
prove that.
You
I
can't
don't want to.
because you
Maybe I
can't.
can't. It's not an argument I care to make. It's just a dumb
Have
argument.
you ever
I would
heard?
not say it.
Have you ever heard of
I haven't heard
anybody
nobody not
who is in
making
a smaller weight class and is making a ton of money, moving up and giving up a bunch of weight to somebody that is calling them out at a higher weight class? No. Oscar De La Hoya didn't do it.
It makes sense. The only way it makes sense for Gervonta Davis to make that move is if it makes sense for him monetarily, whatever it takes.
I'll tell you who
check
it makes
all those
sense
boxes. It has to check all those boxes. But the question is, can those boxes be checked? And we don't know because he won't check on an offer that's on the table.
It only makes sense for him to move up and do it if, like we just said, the basic essential of this conversation. It only makes sense for him to do it if the reward significantly outweighs the risk. Like any other decision that is there for anybody in life.
And at what point did I argue against that?
It is a basic principle. It is a basic principle of life that you do not take unnecessary risks. If you are not going to get, you don't take great risk. If you do not see and greater, significantly greater reward for it, you don't do it. That's called a bad decision. So, Gervonta Davis, it is my assertion, and since you, sir, cannot give me any concrete rewards for Devin Haney at 140 that he could not get against somebody else at 135, then what? But yet the risk is there. That means, according to rules that are applied to every human being on this planet, that is not a good decision for Gervonta. On the other hand, I can tell you of a great reward for Devin Haney fighting Gervonta Davis that he can't get anywhere at 140, anywhere at 147, anywhere at 154, anywhere at 160, anywhere but 168. Can he get the same reward that he would get for fighting Gervonta Davis at 135? And that is an opportunity to beat the biggest name in boxing.
Yeah,
and that's Gervonta Davis.
That might be a reason why he wants to fight Gervonta, right? So I'm not arguing that, right? What I'm saying to you is I reject the idea that in order for him to find out what the opportunity is potentially in Saudi Arabia, that the cost of that is him losing whatever he has together with PBC.
Sir, we are taking, you accuse me of making assumptions, so we're going to take that assumption off the plate.
No, that's not an assumption.
It is an assumption. Yes, it is. I'm going to give you 5 assumptions that you're taking. I already went through this. Saudi Arabia bringing enough money to making it be worth the risk assumes several things. That Saudi Arabia will not pay Gervonta Davis for the same money for somebody else.
Okay.
That's an assumption you're making.
I'm not making an assumption. You are.
No, you are. In order for me to bring that into a calculation, to say, well, you know, Saudi Arabia is willing to pay Gervonta Davis more money than Gervonta Davis would get paid fighting somebody else. 2 things have to be true. Number one, that there's not somebody that Gervonta Davis can already fight and make more money than Saudi Arabia is willing to pay him. I got to make that assumption. And then the second assumption is, even if it's true that Saudi Arabia will pay the most money, that they won't pay the same amount of money for Gervonta Davis to fight somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
Those are two assumptions that I have to put on the table when I don't need those assumptions. I'm not making assumptions because you said we're making assumptions. I'm not making assumptions. I'm taking that assumption off the table. Guess what else is an assumption that I'm not going to make? I'm not going to make that Jeff Bezos did not say that they want to pay Gervonta Davis, that they will counteroffer, or no, that they want to pay Gervonta Davis a flat fee equal to his last few fights, his last fight. And they're going to pay it to him in a guarantee so they don't have to put him on pay-per-view in order to drive up their viewership. Because that's just as likely.
Sure.
Listen, it's just as likely, or just not likely. Mm-hmm. It's just as possible because it happened to Canelo. Sure. When Canelo did 1 million pay-per-views, DAZN gave him a multi-fight contract to have him fight on DAZN, and they paid him what he would have got on pay-per-view just to take him off pay-per-view. That's what they did. DAZN did to Canelo. So Gervonta Davis is going to Amazon Prime, which is way bigger than DAZN, and a company that is way bigger than Saudi Arabia's. They got way more money.
Okay.
Don't act like the United States doesn't have more money than Saudi Arabia does.
The United States.
There you go. So the biggest company in the world. It's the biggest.
Okay, but that company isn't focusing all their money on boxing.
It's the biggest company in the world.
All right.
So therefore, they can forward billions of dollars. They've got a lot of money too. So if you want to go on assumption, why would Gervonta Davis leave the biggest company in the world when they signed the PBC knowing that Gervonta Davis fought there? So I guess we can assume that Devin Haney, that Amazon can give him the same deal that DAZN gave Canelo, which is I made $35 million in my last fight. So give me a guarantee of $35 million a fight for 5-6 fights. That could be there for him. It's realistic. The deal was already done for Canelo, and watch this, same deal was done with Floyd. Floyd Mayweather Jr., once he got that big pay-per-view on HBO against the Oscar De La Hoya, was signed to the biggest contract in the boxing history. Straight with Showtime Boxing for over $20 million a fight, plus pay-per-view to keep him. Why would Amazon Prime not be willing to match what Prince does for one fight you're talking about? For one. Mm-hmm. See, so let's take the assumptions off the table, because I can come up with assumptions just as big as that, and we can go on and on and on and on and on.
Right. So here's my rebuttal to.
There is no rebuttal to that, brother. You just swimming in water, bro.
I'm
not.
You're
just swimming. You're swimming. You're trying to swim in sand, bro.
No, first of all, number one, right? You're assuming and you're putting narratives on me that I'm not arguing, or you putting arguments on me. I hope I'm using the right words, that I'm not arguing. So what am I not arguing? I am not arguing that it's quite possible that Gervonta Tank Davis can get an offer from Amazon, or that
I never said you did. I didn't put those words in your mouth. Why are you lying on me?
Hold on.
I didn't put those words in your mouth. I didn't say you said that.
Well, there's a lot of things you put on me that
I did not say. I didn't say that you said that. I did not say that you said that. You just accused me of putting that words in your mouth. I never said that you came up with that.
Putting a narrative on me. I didn't.
I'm not putting that narrative on there. That's my narrative.
Well, yeah. Well, you're putting a story on me.
I didn't put that story on you. Let me tell you what I put on you. No, I'll be really clear what I put on you, Claymore.
Go ahead.
What I put on you was what you said.
Which is?
That we can assume that there's just as much money or more money in Saudi Arabia for Gervonta Davis and Devin Haney than there is at Gervonta Davis at 135 with somebody else. That's what you said.
I said that we can assume that there's just as much money.
Yes.
All right. What I said was, I didn't say assume. I said we don't know. We know what we know is that Saudi Arabia is able to pay Gervonta Tank Davis enough money to make him interested in fighting Devin Haney. We
You know that they're able? You know that they're able? Or do you know that they're willing?
Whatever.
No, it's not whatever, bro. There's a huge difference between willing and able.
We don't know that they're willing to yet because we don't know.
There you go. So what are we talking about it for?
All right. So what is the argument about? The argument
is that you don't know.
Time to look.
The argument is this.
It's worth his while to look into.
Dog, no, you're trying to throw that in there. Whether or not it's worth his while to look into it or not. I knew that. Yeah, you changed the topic.
I didn't change the topic.
Bro, pause.
I don't know how much they're offering.
Mute. Yes, you did change the topic. You changed the topic from question 1, which was, is Gervonta Tank Davis, is there more benefit in him going to 140 to fight Gervonta Davis, Devin Haney, that's worth the risk, versus him staying at 135 and fighting somebody else? You change that to whether or not it's worth his while to call turkey. Those are two different things, and you changed the topic. That's called a red herring. We're not talking about whether we're not talking about whether or not it's worth his time to call him.
Of course, how can it be anything else when we don't know?
Because we're not talking about that, Claymore Rain.
Yeah, we're not talking about.
We are not. The issue at hand is not whether or not it's worth his time to call Shake to find out whether. That is not the topic at all. We are talking about what concrete benefit do we know that Gervonta Davis gets by going to 140? And is it significant enough for him to take the additional risk?
And what was my
not whether he should pick up the phone and call turkey.
I answered that. What was my answer to that question that you just said? What
you
was
tell
my
me.
Clear answer. Somebody
you tell
in
me.
Chat tell him.
You tell me.
Don't know.
You tell me. No, because you're going to say it. That's not what you said. You're just going to turn around.
I'm telling you what I just said.
No, you didn't. You're telling me to tell you. You're telling me to tell you.
I'm telling you, right?
I'm telling you that you didn't. You're changing the subject. So what is your answer to that? What is your answer?
I'm on mute.
No, you're not.
I'm on. Okay, it said I was on mute. My answer to that is we don't know what the reward is. Because
so you don't know the reward.
Okay.
So then you don't know. So then you don't know. You don't know. But do you know what? Do you know what Gervonta? So back to you. So we're all the way back to you don't know, and you cannot tell me any reward.
How does he get to know? How does he get to know?
You cannot tell me of any reward that any additional that you know right this second of any additional reward that Gervonta Davis gets by going to 140 to fight Devin Haney. But I can tell you concretely what he can get by going to 135 to fight Gervonta.
Okay, fine. We know what he can get with Devin going to 135. We don't know what he can get for going to 140 to fight in Saudi Arabia. We don't know that. Now, we can move past that because I never was saying that we
That's the whole subject. Thank you for admitting that Devin need to move to 135. Have a nice time, bro. If the fight needs to happen.
We all know what it is.
So now that we've come to that, the natural conclusion to that is,
we came to that a long time ago.
But then you said no. No, we did.
I didn't say no.
The only reason that because we're right back. No, sorry. Yes, we are. We're right back to where I was. Okay. Since we now agree that we do not know of any benefit Gervonta Davis would get for going to 140 versus staying at 135, but we do know benefit that Devin gets by going to 135 and fighting Gervonta at 135 that he can't get at 140 fighting somebody else. Then the onus is back to my original statement. When you're bringing the reward, the other person has to accept the risk. When you're bringing the reward, the other person has to accept the risk. Since you can't tell me of any reward Devin Haney is bringing Gervonta concretely, and I can name the reward that Gervonta Davis is bringing Devin concretely, then it is up to Devin to take the risk, not Gervonta. Because Gervonta's bringing the reward. Devin is bringing the risk. And even if you did bring up Shake, that's not Devin. That's Turkey bringing the value, not Gervonta. I mean, not Devin. Even if you pointed and said, Sheik, I don't care who it is, whatever his name is, forgive me and no disrespect. The Saudis are willing to pay for the fight. Guess who's bringing that value?
Saudi.
Not Devin.
Okay, I didn't
because
say
Devin, that's not a benefit. That's not a reward.
Asked what Devin was bringing him. We asked what Gervonta stood to
no,
gain
sir.
as a reward.
What reward?
Gervonta
Davis is bringing the reward to Devin. Gervonta Davis is bringing the reward to Devin.
All right.
Very clearly. It's who is the biggest name in boxing under 168 pounds without a debate.
It don't make no difference. We know who it is.
Then exactly. So it's him bringing the benefit.
The question was,
who's bringing that? Excuse me, sir.
Who's bringing the benefit? What Devin had to bring to him.
Who's bringing the benefit? Who's bringing the rewards? Gervonta. So if Devin wants if Devin wants the rewards, Devin's got to bring the risk. Not Gervonta. Gervonta does not have to take. Gervonta does not have to take additional. Gervonta, let me put it this way. It is unreasonable.
You're right.
It is unreasonable. It's unreasonable. Now I'm going to bring up that word unreasonable.
Yeah,
it's unreasonable.
I want to hear this. Go ahead.
It is unreasonable to expect Gervonta Davis to bring all of the rewards and take all of the risk. It's unreasonable.
I agree.
So therefore, it is far more reasonable for Gervonta, who brings the reward, for Devin to take the risk. And that risk is to go to 135. So a reasonable person would say, unlike what you said, that the reason the fight is not taking place is because Devin will not take the risk, but wants the reward. Not your original statement, which was that Gervonta was offered a fight, that he was never offered. That's how you go through a four-part argument, sir. Are you there? You're not on mute. You done, Claymore? Is that it? What happened? What happened, Claymore? Dog, I just want to tell you what I just did. You came in with a four-part argument for me and tried to walk me through them. What I did was I just walked you through a three-part argument and you couldn't get out of it. That's how you do it, baby boy. Love you. Love you. Have a great time. I see you here for boxing. You're coming up with... Hey, Juan, I'm sorry it took me so long. How can I help?
Hey, what's up, man?
I'm chilling, man. I'm chilling, just arguing for sport.
Nah, it's all good. I see the love, the passion, yo. I love your channel, man. I watch it like every day I can. I'm really into boxing. I'm really like getting your takes of boxing. I love that take you had about the evolution. Not it takes like a huge time span.
Yeah,
evolution. People think it's like decade to decade, whatever.
It's thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years.
For real. And boxing's been around for so long, you know.
Yeah.
But I think like it's like it goes to show, like, I don't know how you say it, written in the stars, written on the wall, that a lot of these boxing promotions are dying out. And PBC is clearly one of the last of the Mohicans, and they can't stand that. So they want to see the schedule so they could be like, oh, well, Boots is fighting this guy, so he can't be talking about Bud. Oh, Tank is fighting this guy. He can't be talking about Haney. They just using them for clout. Like, and it's like you could just see the writing on the wall. You could see PBC waiting for the zone, that flame to go out with that whole Saudi BS, and then they're gonna drop the real stuff. You could already see the whole play, but people don't want to take it because you can see, why would these two promotions have to work together, go to Saudi Arabia, sign a card for them to fight, and nobody cares about it? if you're not going out of business.
Hey, man. Let me say about that Saudi thing. The thing about the Saudi is that UK boxing is in trouble at a very high level.
Exactly.
Like UK.
And they have to take the highest risk. You got AJ, who's your biggest star, having to fight a UFC star and take that risk for people to gain some like traction.
More traction. Yeah. People were trying to amp up a few years ago. They were trying to amp up UK boxing, like UK boxing was taking over boxing. And I told them then there's not enough money for fights in the UK. So in order to keep a lot of that stuff going, what you really have is Saudi Arabia subsidizing UK fights. That's what they're really doing. So the idea, I still am not convinced that the Prince has yet to show, or the Saudi Arabia has yet to show that they're committed to bringing American fighters over there and having big American cards over there. This seems to me that they've got a good relationship with and trying to do most of their sports washing over there in Europe, not really in the United States. Hey, real quick, man, my guy Will Rogers said, hey, a Bird 101 said, for John Buie, thank you, brother. And let me get this other one. I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. Go ahead.
And then, but go ahead and finish what you got to say, because I got
a meeting in like 3 minutes. So
all right, so I'll get back. Come back again, brother.
All right, man. Be safe. I'm gonna see you tomorrow, if anything.
All right, for sure. Get back, bro.
All right, man.
Here we go.
All right, make this attempt short. It will be futile, but you can try.
What attempt? What you talking about, man?
The same thing I always talk about with you. What do you want to accuse me of, and what argument do you want to lose? Come on.
I just want to know, when is Tank going to fight somebody that people want to see without all these excuses for this man?
I just saw 2 of them in a row last year.
I don't care.
You want to see again? You mean you want to know when he's going to do it again?
You wanted to see Tank and Hector Luis Garcia?
Yes.
But you don't want to see Gervonta Ennis and Errol Spence?
Dude, we're not talking about Gervonta Ennis and Errol Spence. You asked me when Terence Crawford, when Gervonta Davis is going to give people the fights people want to see. Let's see. The last fight, how many people watched his last fight?
Come on, man.
How many people watched his last fight?
I don't know. I don't care. These are
casual boxers. You can't have it both ways. You can't care. You can't not know and don't care when he's going to fight people want to see, but not know if he's already done it and not care if it happens. That's contradictory, sir.
These are casual boxing fans who pay to see knockouts.
Sir,
they don't know
what you said was, when are the people, Gervonta Davis, going to fight somebody the people want to see? And I said he did his last 2 fights. My evidence for that is more people watched his last fight than watched anybody else's fight last year. His last two fights were watched by more people than anybody in the lightweight division, anybody in the 140-pound division, anybody in the 130-pound division, anybody in any weight class other than the 168-pound division for 1 fight for Canelo and 1 fight in 147. He has 2, I do believe he's got 2 of the 5 most watched fights of last year, but yet you're seriously asking me, when is he going to get the fight that people want to see? I think the question is, when are these other people going to give people the fights, that people want to see?
So higher for quality of fights. You
didn't say quality. You said, when is he going to give people fights that people want to see? So you've lost. Goodbye. Here for boxing. Write that shit down next time and think more carefully before you ask me a question. I'm not going to let you roll off of that. How do you know if people want to see fights? They watch fights. How do you know if a lot of people wanted to see the fight? A lot of people watched it. Why are you asking me? Why the person who had the most people watch his fights aren't fighting who people want to see? Then you want to switch it to, well, let's talk about the quality of the fight. No, let's not talk about the quality of the fight, because that is highly subjective. The number of people that are watching it was your original point and is objective. Now, how do you want to blame me for something? And what did you blame me of? Why don't you want to see Gervonta Ennis versus Errol Spence? What does Gervonta and Errol Spence got to do with this? You guys don't like me. You guys don't like me. You don't like me. I know you don't like me. I know you don't like me. I know you don't like that. None of you can argue with what I just did. You cannot say that I'm cutting people off, that I am backtracking, that I am making things up, that is semantics. He said, when is Gervonta Davis going to finally give people fights that people want to see? When more people want to see Gervonta Davis's fights that he's had than anybody other than Errol Spence, Terence Crawford, and Canelo Alvarez. I think the real question is, when are the rest of these guys going to give people fights that they want to see? And in lies the problem. Everybody wants to see Gervonta Davis's fights. That's why everybody keeps his name in his mouth, in their mouths. They know who's giving people the fights that they want to see. It's Gervonta. You want to conflate the fights that you want to see the most versus the fights that people actually want to see. Why didn't anybody want to see Gervonta? Why didn't anybody want to see Devin Haney fight Regis Prograis? Why did so few people compared to Gervonta's last fight want to see Regis Prograis and Devin? Is that Gervonta's fault? See, these are what you call facts. And these facts don't bend your way. Claymore Rain. I'm telling you, brother, you underestimate me. I knew what you wanted to do, dog. I knew what you wanted to do. I know what you want to do. Go subscribe to Claymore Rain, brother. Subscribe to Claymore Rain. Dog, this fish is a little too big. Dog, this is a little bit too big, dog. Facts. I'm going to start asking that. When is Devin going to fight somebody that everybody wants to see? Whenever Gervonta decides to fight him. That's the same answer for Shakur Stevenson, Vasily Lomachenko, Teofimo Lopez, and the rest of them. They're all going to give people a fight that they want to see when Gervonta fights them. Amen. Now, see, let me tell you something. I got to agree with Claymore Rain a little bit. It is a good feeling to whoop up on somebody that thinks really deep down in their heart that they can beat you. I think you may be right, because I'm feeling a sense of warmth. I'm feeling like this glow coming over me. For you to try to pull a 4-part argument on me, and for me to turn around and do the same thing to you. Oh, man, I got to tell you, dog, I think there is that feeling. But see, the problem with that was, Claymore, there wasn't much risk. The problem is there wasn't much risk. I was going to win. I just needed you to admit that you're debating. I just have to make you admit that you're debating. You're not going to creep in the back door, dog. You're not going to creep in the back door. I know what you're here for. Oh, man. Oh, man. I tell you, they don't like me. I know Claymore Rain's a good dude, but I know Claymore Rain kind of, See why I say certain people I won't debate. Never, because that's no fun. But you're one of the special ones, dog. What's up, frequent flyer? Right, because Dad always said, oh, I'm sorry. Gary Antoine Russell, hey, I would love to see that fight. What is that, man? What is this? What is this? What is this? Google Books. Okay. When was this? There's several Prince turkeys, though. Look, man, it is what it is, man. Okay. All right, one more, brother. One more, and then I'm out. These dudes are easy work because their logic is flawed. Arguments hold no merit. I don't know and don't know it. No. So let me tell you, man. Here's the problem here's the problem. The problem is that they're wrong. That is the key number one problem. You're wrong. If you're right, everything gets real easy. Hey, if you're right, you'd be amazed at how easy it is, dog. But when you dead wrong, man, you got to do a whole lot of things, dog. Hey, Fanon, if the Saudis have all this money, why have they not reached out to Canelo? Dude, let me tell you, bro, because I don't know why they haven't or they have or they haven't. I don't know. But, dude, a wish and a prayer, dude, they have money. I'm sure they do. They got a lot of money. Dog, but if the U.S., put it this way, if the PBC and those guys don't have money, they'll get those fighters if they want those fighters. But I'm not convinced that they want those fighters because they're not doing a lot of stuff with America. That's the Europe they're doing that with. Most of the fighters on that card, on their cards, come from Europe. They're not focusing on American fighters. They're focused on European fighters. And I'll believe it with that Devin Haney when they bring Devin Haney over there. Bring Devin over there. But look, I'm not going to get no more calls because of that body bag. Can we get caskets for Rick Claymore Rain? Sorry, BFTB. Sorry, BFTB, for stealing it. Can we please get some coffins for BFTB? Not BFTB, I'm sorry. Definitely never BFTB. Claymore Rain and Here for Boxing. Can we get a solemn song out here for that? Not for their bodies or their spirits or their memories, but for that trash ass argument they tried to pull on me, and for having to sit here and watch me rub it in, which is going to make you have to work all the harder for trying to jump up here and snatch my O. You are not going to snatch my O. Not. And so let me tell you what happened too. The day Ray Davis said, "See, I got one," that's what made me know right now that I am never going to sleep on none of y'all. I'm telling you. When Ray Davis said to T. Orlando, "See, I told you, I got one, didn't I, T. Orlando?" When Ray said that, I was like, rewind. We ain't done yet. What? You remember when there was this saying from like Muhammad Ali was sparring Larry Holmes early in Larry Holmes' career. And Ali was sparring, but he was working on things. You know, he liked Larry Holmes. He was teaching Larry Holmes things, helping Larry Holmes along, bro. And then one day, Larry Holmes said something that Ali caught wind of. He said, "Man, I beat him up all the time. I should be the champ." And Ali, the next time he saw Larry Holmes in Spartum, beat the tar out of him. Gave him 2 black eyes. And Larry Holmes was like, "What happened?" And Ali said, "Hey, I thought you should be the champion. You should be the champion, huh? You should be the champion." Let me tell you something, dog. Click the link and we can start it again. If you think that I'm unfair, I won't block you. If you think I'm unfair, I'll try my best not to mute you. I've limited my muting because of all y'all crybaby and acting like that's cheating. I've had to extend my live streams to 3 hours just to let you guys get what you got to say out your mouth when you lost in the first 5 minutes. Take that back to that panel y'all sit on and tell the rest of them bums come back here. You hear me? Let me say this with a stoic face. Everybody else whose ass sits on that panel, bring your ass on. Bring your ass on. I got time. I'm not going to you because there's no reward. As I explained, there's no reward. Nothing that I can get over on any other channel that I can't get sitting right here. So there's no need for me to go anywhere. You, on the other hand, can show up and take this L because you guys are making bad arguments against people that do not know a bad argument if it bit them on the neck. Anybody else? I took that personally, if you don't know. There's my link. I got 4 hours today. If anybody wants to support for the extended time, it would be greatly appreciated. Sponsorships are how we continue to go. Bill Haney's not giving me any dough. Bill Haney's not giving me any money. I have to earn mine by bodying cats. And I mean this very seriously. I watch enough live streams and enough stuff to know what people are saying and where people are going. If you practice over there and thinking it's flying over there, and I don't care what channel it is, provided your name is not KO Boxing or BFTB, you can get this smoke anytime you want. Anytime you want. Because these arguments are important for boxers. See, you guys have to understand this. I used to do this for another group of people, and I knew that this is what I was doing. I would make arguments so that other people could have the argument, and they could take that argument and go wherever they wanted with that argument and be able to represent themselves and get their point across. That's why I would do it. I would listen to people make arguments and think to myself, that's not a good way to say that. I know what you're trying to do, but that's not going to get it done. So I said, let me start making these arguments for people, and I can start teaching people how to make arguments. Or better yet, since I know the mainstream media, they're putting out these narratives, I'm going to give you a better narrative. Like, for example, Gervonta Davis got no responsibility whatsoever to go fight Devin Haney at a catchweight or at 140 because there's nothing that Devin Haney is giving to Gervonta Davis that he would get without doing that. Nothing. He's got all kind of fighters that he gets the same reward with at 135. Lomachenko, Shakur. Devin is the one that gets more out of the Gervonta Davis fight by going to 135. There's a bunch of Devin Haneys. There's only one Gervonta. Let me repeat. There's a bunch of Devin Haneys. Several Devin Haneys. There's only one Gervonta. Let's talk about uniqueness for a second. Man, thank you so much for that $50 holler, brother. That's going to gas me up to go. Thank you, brother. Saudi guys. Oh, sorry. GM said, nobody cares about Usyk Fury. I thought Turkey was saving boxing. By the way, bro, that fight between Deontay Wilder and Anthony Joshua fell apart regardless of whether they were involved in it or not. Phoenix the Assassin said, Saudi guy knows how to contract Al, but Bill doesn't. Bill can't do it because Bill doesn't have a network. That conversation's not going to go anywhere. Eddie Hearn has to call Al. Cal, cool it, brother. Thank you. I can't call Al Heyman. And while I can, let me get rid of it. Let me be clear. Bill Haney does not have a network. What is he going to offer Al Heyman? Just like BLK Prime can't call Showtime. In the way that we use the colloquial word, we use word can't colloquial, means there's no real purpose to it. Not can't, because they can. He can. He's able to. But the question is, will it be effective? When they say can't, they mean effective. It's not really effective for you to try to dictate terms to me. It's not effective for Bill Haney to call Al Heyman. And there's a very blatant reason why. Bill Haney does not have a network. He doesn't have a network contract. Who's abusing their wrench? What's he gonna talk to Al about? Bud Jablonski, stop doing that, man. What are you blocking? Bud Jablonski, I'm going to take a wrench in a second, brother. Please don't do that. Bud Jablonski is not, he's from the UK. He's not American. There ain't no snitching. What do you mean snitching? You're doing it in public. There ain't no snitching. Because what do you think, this is a drug deal gone wrong or something? That's the job of the wrenches, to tell me exactly what it is. What are you talking about? What? Toxicology? I don't know what you're talking about. Wow, what are you talking about? Yeah, no worries. See you later, bud. I mean, it is what it is. You ask me to leave, I'm not going to try to hold on to you. Stop timing people out. What's so bad about that? You can argue. Just stop timing people out. Anyway, nobody clicking this link no more. We're done. Claymore, man, you mad at me, bro? Clay, if I was mad, I would be mad at me if I was Claymore. What's the whole purpose of a wrench? It's just to keep people from being able to block you and time you out. The purpose of a wrench is so that people that come to the chat every day do not get timed out, do not get blocked because they have a wrench. You're really not supposed to time people out. And to help me if I accidentally get pissed off and then I block somebody so that somebody with a wrench can unblock them. That's all. But look, man. Yeah, that's it, man. But I mean, well, I like Bud Jablonski. If you ask me to go ahead and take your wrencher out, I'll do it. I don't think, just ask, please don't do it, man. Because if 3 or 4 people say don't do it, something going on, bro. Hey, Rick Timms, can you come here for a second? Rick Timms will give me my last caller. Rick Timms will give me my last caller. People act like I beg. I don't beg. I beg for debates. I like debating. I like debating. Oh, there's Bud. What's going on, Bud?
Hello?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, I come here to support you, Fanon. Like, you.
Okay, here. Just a second, brother.
I don't come here for arguing.
Look, bro, watch. Bud, just look. Can somebody unblock Bud? And I'm going to give you a wrench back. This is a matter of housekeeping. Just try not to time people out. Just try not to do it.
I
Like
don't,
if
I
you
don't
think, oh,
understand
I
why
should
I'm
time
getting
them out,
blocked.
you're not blocked, are you? Did people block you?
What, someone blocked me in the chat? I don't get this. Like, I come here to support you.
I
I'm here
blocked you in the
for
chat
you.
because you
Like,
said you can take your wrench. You're out. You said that to
no,
me, so I
yeah,
took your
because
wrench.
that's not the first time you've said it. I've only been here for like an hour. I responded to someone and they called me the N-word. I'm not, like, I don't condone that word at all.
Oh,
At
I'm
all.
sorry.
Like, I
They
don't know
called you
why
an
people can't have.
Niggr or ER or Nigg. Yeah, in the United States, man, people use it like, yeah, I can
I
understand.
know. Like,
Yeah,
I
people,
know
it's
that.
in the United States, bro. People do that.
And
I don't like it
obviously,
either.
I just put a message like, can Americans? Because I only get it from Americans. I'm not saying I'm better than you. Like Was said in the chat. He's like, oh, don't say it like you're better than us. I didn't say that. We're all one person. Like, we're all human beings. I treat everyone the same. I do not move like I'm above anyone else or I'm beneath anyone else. So I'm not saying it as in trying to
Okay,
be
well,
little
I'd appreciate
Americans.
it, man. Thanks. But let's get
Yeah, I'm
around
not
to the
trying to.
solution. Let's get around to the solution. Will you please not call Bud Jablonski an Nigga because that is offensive to a lot of people. I don't like being called buddy. That shit boils my fucking blood when somebody calls me buddy. I ain't gonna lie. Just the word hits me like, and I know some other people that feel like that. Because when I
Yeah, because
grew it,
there's a
there are
certain
people
tone
like
that
that.
you can
In the
say
United States,
buddy.
there are people like that.
Yeah, there's a certain tone to saying buddy that can trigger
Yeah,
people.
you're
I
calling me a
understand.
little boy. I'm a grown ass man. Like buddy, I don't like that. But I understand when some people say that. Some people say that to other people and they don't really feel it like that. But I appreciate you, man. I do. So hey, look,
Yeah,
man, somebody
yeah.
unblock you. I'll give you a wrench back. I do enjoy talking to you. And we're gonna make sure if I see again that somebody uses that word, bro, to you specifically, I'll ask people not to do it. I ask people not to do it when they're speaking. So I have no problem asking people not to do that when they're writing. And
Yeah,
I
that's
can actually put that in as a blocked word, which I think I'll
that's
do.
the only reason why I timed that person out. That
Yeah,
was it.
yeah. Give me 1 second.
So I
I
wasn't
actually
consistently
can.
timing people out. I wasn't consistently timing people out for other
Here,
people to say, "Oh,
here.
he's
That's
abusing
cool.
his
That's
word."
cool. That's cool. Give me 1 second though, man. Let me see something. And I'm gonna just try to. I don't know why that word is not blocked. It doesn't seem. No, it's not blocked. So
No,
what?
Marquis, the ninja emoji is offensive to me. How can you not understand that? I don't like that word. I don't like ninja. I don't like Nigga.
Yeah.
Like, I
Yes. I
don't
mean,
like
look.
that word.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here. Look.
I don't understand how grown folk don't understand. Like, I don't get it.
But you got offended, man. Some people don't care. But watch. So Nigga, I'm gonna block that. I'm gonna do ninja. Then I'm gonna block that. I'm gonna use Nigger.
Yeah,
I'm gonna block that.
emoji or the word, Marquis.
I can't
Emoji or the
block
word.
emojis. I don't have the ability to
Like,
block
no, I'm
emojis.
saying to Marquis. I'm responding to Marquis
But
because
hold
he
on, I
asked
got to
me.
be done because I'm talking to you. Please don't respond to him because it's a conversation between me and you.
I don't
Okay.
understand this.
So now I've done everything that I can do to block the word ninja and Nigga and Nigger. If he shows you a picture of a ninja, please just accept it as he's saying black man and reinterpret in your mind. Okay. Because other than that, there's nothing else that I can do. But I do
Yeah,
enjoy
I'm just
talking to you.
yeah. I just
Yeah. But
ignore
don't because you know what's going to happen now? Every time there's going to be some troll out there that's going to do that, and they're not even going to be black. They're going to be just a regular person that just says, let me get Bud Jablonski out of here. And then they're going to start doing it to you. That's how it works. So even if he decides he's not going to do it, somebody else is
like,
going to do it too. Okay? So look, I apologize for having, well, I don't apologize because you said get rid of me. I understand. I've done everything that I can do to prevent anybody from using ninja or Nigga, which, by the way, I do every once in a while myself. So, but at the same time, I do know it's a little bit uncouth. But thank you, Bud Jablonski, for rapping with me. Let me move on to Rick Timms. Is there anything else
Yeah,
you
I
want to
get
say?
that. It's in our
Vernacular.
I get that. Like, I get it's in our vocabulary, isn't it? Like, it's a casual word to use. I just don't like the
Yeah,
word.
it is. And
I
it's
don't like it. And I don't like how this Devin and Tank thing has now turned people against each other. It's just a boxing fight. Like,
bro, they're not turned
it's just
against
a
each other,
boxing
brother.
fight.
They're full
No,
of
but
shit. They're
I
not
put
turned
little
against.
comments, and then people are sending Like,
Dog, let me tell.
it's cool.
I don't know how old you are, but how long have you been? How long have you don't have
I'm
a
in my
YouTube
30s.
channel?
I'm in
Do you
my,
have a YouTube
no, I'm in
channel
my
or
30s.
anything like that? You don't. Well, let me tell you, as a content creator, what you're going to run into is what we call a bot. They don't really believe what they're saying. A lot of them. What they are is people that come under like 15 different names and they go to all the different live streams and they try to get the conversation onto a certain fighter, or they try to, if you're making an argument that's not good for a fighter, they try to jump in there and try to break it up and call you all kind of names and ask people not. That's nothing but public relations. Public relations coming from boxing camps. Bill Haney has a bunch of channels that work with him. They consider themselves family. They're going to say whatever they got to say to whoever they got to say it to continue to promote Devin Haney, because that's what they are committed to doing. So we're never going to get rid of that. Canelo Alvarez fans, there's Canelo, and these are not real just boxing fans. They're not people that are just, oh, I really want to see a great fight. No, that's not what they're doing. Like me, there are people that get income from doing what they're doing. So they are going to say things that for what they believe is going to get them income. Or if they don't actually get the income, they really are really down with that particular fighter. They're their brothers, they're their cousins, they're their camp members, they're from their city. It's just what it is, man. And it's nothing really to, you don't get personal about it. But at the same time, you got to do what you got to do. So like, I like Claymore Rain. I definitely like Claymore Rain. And I definitely like my guy, Ray Davis. But they was sitting over there on a panel and I was listening to them to for a second. And I figured, okay, I know they're going to come with a battery in their back pretty soon. So I got to take that battery out their back. It's just a part of it, though. All right, brother. But let me get on to Ray. Thank you, man.
Them for now.
What'd you say?
But yeah, I said you got to humble people.
Yeah, man. And we're good. We're going to work on that. We're going to work on the use of the N-word because I don't want to offend you. And actually, I appreciate you and your mindset for being someone that is offended by that. That speaks volumes about.
I don't use the word. I haven't used the word at all in my life. Like I don't use that. I don't like.
Yeah, I understand.
I just wanted, like, going on the whole turning against each other. I just don't like cursing out one another. Like I just want to see Tank knock out Devin so everyone can stop.
It's not going to happen, brother.
I'm not a Devin fan.
No worries.
I know it's not gonna happen. That's why I don't see the need in going back and forth with people anymore.
No, because it's boxing conversations,
people
man.
People call me soft, but it's boring for me.
It's a fun. Like it's fun. People like to talk. We like to argue. Dude, I like here for boxing. I like arguing here for boxing. He sucks at arguing, but I like doing it because it's fun whooping up on him. Like you like playing basketball with people. You may argue, you may elbow or whatever, but at the end of it, you enjoy the confrontation. That's part of sports. It's part of debate. It's confrontation.
And that's cool. That's fine.
Hey, I gotta go to Rick Timms, though, brother.
That's fine, but I'm saying it doesn't look like Tank and Devin are fighting.
No.
Yeah, I'm just saying it doesn't look like Tank and Devin are gonna fight. So I just can't be honest with the back and forth anymore.
Bro, this is what we do, though. This is what we do.
Anyway, thank you. I appreciate it.
Dude, watch this shit. If I started a conversation right now about Muhammad Ali and Floyd Mayweather Jr., we could argue for 3 hours about that. And they ain't and one of them's not even alive, and the other one was never even in his weight class. And we'll still go for days and days and days and say the same shit over and over and over again. It's part of the joy of life, man. It's a pastime. But look, I gotta go, brother. You have a wonderful day, Bud Jablonski, and I get back.
You too, later.
Deuces. Rick Timms, what up, man?
Hey, man. Hey, boy, they had Bud in his feelings, man. Hey, man.
Bud Jablonski. Oh.
Yeah, man. Hey, boy, even emojis. Come on, Bud. Hey, you gotta. Hey, man, this internet world, man, you gonna have to toughen your skin up a little bit, Bud. It's rough out here in these YouTube streets. So if you can't handle the fire in the kitchen, man, you might want to find other places to navigate. Cause man, hey, people gonna be rude and ugly on the internet, and that's just the way life is. It's a lot of people can be what they want to be, say what they want to say, and not really have any punishment behind it. So don't let it worry you, Bud. I mean, I'm not a big fan of the N-word myself, but I'm not finna get all in my feelings and come to you and say, for none, they can't say that word anymore. But what's up though, man? You asked me to come up. What's
yeah,
up?
man. I just wanted to talk to somebody that when you talk to them, they're not gonna other than the fact that T.O. being undisputed and at WBC. Other than that, you know what I mean? I just want to say what's up to you, Rick. Tim, tell you, Rick, just because it was the end of the show, bro. I just want to say shout out to you, brother. I always like talking to you, Rick. But there was this dude that it reminded me, man, when I saw you, this guy Chin Check Charlie, bro. Did you see Chin Check Charlie on the other day?
I missed him.
Dude, Chin Check Charlie was hilarious, bro, because he was trying to go at me a little bit. Good guy, but we didn't see eye to eye, so it got a little hostile. But man, he got up, dude. He looked like he could be your cousin, like the same color, the same eye color, the same hair color. And he was talking about, did Gervonta Davis ever fight a black dude? And I was like, what do you mean? Yeah, he's fought black dudes. And then I said something about I named Hector Garcia, right? Because I was like, man, right. Hector Garcia's a black dude. And he was like, just because basically trying to say just because you look black don't mean you black. And he said, am I black? Dog, and he looked just like you. And I was like, nigga, yes. You look
the hell?
I was like, yes, you do. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. We all in the melanin. Wow. We all in the melanin. We all in the, we all slightly melanin handicapped around this skin color zone. But at the same time,
yeah.
But he looked at the green eyes, got reddish skin, the whole thing. Go pale like you go pale if you ain't in the sun. You go pale when you ain't in Texas.
Hey, you're right, man. Because when I was working out there in that Midwest for a year, hey, when that winter came, I sure missed this sunlight every day. we spoiled down here in this deep south with this tropical weather practically year round. We get these little cold snaps here and there, but hey, man, we spoiled down here in this deep south, buddy.
Yes, sir. But man, look, brother, I just want to say what's up to you, honestly, man. Have a pleasant conversation. I think I might have ran Claymore Rain off for good today. I think I might have got. I think so. I don't think Claymore Rain's going to show up and try to debate me again, dog. Because he got to level 3. He got to level 3. He went beyond level 1 to level 2. He got to level 3. Level 3 got hot. I don't think he's going to come back, bro. I don't think.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn. So you didn't Quincy Carter Claymore Rain, huh?
No, Quincy Carter, for some reason, Quincy Carter can't come back, and I have no idea why. Somebody said Quincy Carter just says he comes by, but he can't leave comments. When you block somebody, sometimes YouTube does not let you unblock them.
Damn.
It's crazy to me, man. It's crazy to me. I really want to Quincy Carter to come back. Or and my guy Starborn 007. No doubt. But anyway, man, I just
that's right.
You have a wonderful day.
Man, hey, you see what I'm on?
Oh, the Book of the Dead. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what's up. I think I've skimmed through that. Before. But all right, brother, you have a wonderful day, man. And the rest of y'all enjoy your day. And I'll get back with y'all tomorrow. And I've been doing this in my videos as well. And it's a little style. It's got style. All right, man. Get back with you, sir.
All right, dog.
Yes, sir. All right, y'all. Y'all have a wonderful day. Licking away, dog. Hey, dog. But it was a good job from Claymore Ring. It really was. It was. I had to draw him in, then I had to frame him up, and then I had to come back and set it up. I had to do some work. All right, I'm out. Deuces. Good job, Claymore Rain. You're getting your skill is increasing.